Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round is so much more than the show you get from 9 to 1 each day. So make sure to head to our official YouTube channel at Next Round Live and subscribe to get all of our latest content. We, of course, have plenty of specialty content and shorts based all around the sports in the heart of the SEC. But we also talk pro sports, gambling, lifestyle and entertainment, and so much more. It's the Next Round YouTube channel where you never know what you're going to find next. Subscribe now to see the latest content and get notifications when we go live. That's at Next Round Live on YouTube.
Hey, Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Do you want to help pay for my kids' college and look great while you're doing it? You need to go to The Next Round store. Everything from hats to short sleeve and long sleeve t-shirts, sweatshirts, hoodies, zip-up hoodies, and much more. And we're adding new things all the time. Why would you not want to see my kids get a great college education and look great out in the public while you're doing it? Get the gear we wear all the time on the show, and there's only one place to get it. nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Final segment, our buddy Jay Perry listens to us out in Dallas, is on the golf course. He's begging for another hour. He's playing solo on the golf course today and is listening to us on the app as he plays along. So hit him straight, Jay Perry, but we're going to leave you here in a couple of minutes. You're going to be on your own the rest of the golf in the afternoon. I recommend just playing the best of Zach Bryan. Just so that on your Spotify and enjoy that while you play golf. Michelson, your look ahead, our final segment thought here by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, 969-8100. That's the number to find out if LASIK is right for you. It's the number that I called 2 decades ago. I wore the contacts. I was wasting money each and every year. 20 years ago, went in, got the procedure done. 2015 vision now, still got it. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her The Next Round sent you. She's going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jim Michelson, best in the business. Again, 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Cleaning up dead wood, Jason says Sammy Coates went to the Steelers. You guys are thinking Seth Williams and Darvin Adams. Darvin Adams actually was the one I was thinking of. Auburn receivers who left, didn't get drafted, and should have come back. If we had done a poll question ever in our history about Friday guest on The Next Round, which famous Joe would be on, Joe Namath, Joe Rogan, Joe Exotic, or Joe from Facts of Life, who do you think would have won the vote?
Joe Namath.
Joe Namath?
Yeah.
I think Namath would have won the vote. Joe from Facts of Life, Rockstar may have pulled up a connection.
Nancy McKeenan?
Yeah, very well done.
Joe Rogan would have been third. Joe Exotic is the right answer, though.
Yeah, 11 o'clock is when it's supposed to be tomorrow. Now, he's calling from prison, so we're kind of on his schedule. But 11 o'clock tomorrow, Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic on the show tomorrow, unless he ends up, what's it called, the hole?
Yeah,
I'll end up in the hole eventually.
Yeah.
Please put me in the hole.
I've been bad.
All right. These guys take over tomorrow for a few days. I'm back in 9-10 days. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, let's get it. It's a Friday edition of the next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway starts his vacation today. He'll be gone for 10 days, I guess. I don't really know.
Did you see the email?
I did, Lance. I did see the email.
Let me.
You're going to read it?
Yeah, I'm going to pull it real quick.
All right.
And let me see if I can read it for our listeners and viewers out there. Because you're going to be shocked. It's a little dramatic. Have you seen it, Rocky?
Yeah, I'm guessing he did that as a joke. I'm hoping he did it as a joke.
I think it is one of those things where you do it as enough of a joke that if everybody's laughing at you, come back and say, guys, I was kidding.
Yeah.
It was a joke.
But I don't know. I mean, this is a 50-50 when it comes to Dunaway. Thank you guys for all. Thank all of you for how you help me every day at work.
No, I do think that's genuine.
If I don't come back from the desert, number one, use the company's life insurance policy for good.
Yep.
Which will throw a huge party.
Yeah, I think, yeah, that'll be number one as we just go party. I think there's some sarcasm in that.
Number two, just a week of mourning on the show. After that, move on. I doubt he would want just a week.
Yeah,
a week is a lot.
A week
man.
is a lot. I mean, like, I don't know.
We're in the middle of the playoffs, man.
Yeah, I don't know how we would do it, but a week seems over the top.
Yeah, but I think he would want more.
Yeah.
Although a week is over the top. And number three, hire a smart, young female, a perfect co-host with this crew.
Maggie Dunaway.
And he signed off. See you on the other side.
That's right.
Is he excited about this trip?
You know, it didn't come across that way.
I couldn't read him.
But I tell you what happened, man. I tell you what happened is Maggie I doubt Maggie watched. Somebody told Maggie, like, boy, Dunaway is destroying this trip y'all are about to take. He got called down. You noticed a difference yesterday in him. He got called down. He got called down Thursday for some reason. So it got back to Maggie. He got called down.
There's not 100% Maggie was the one that put this trip together out to Arizona for this glamping trip.
But he said it was his idea. She just did the legwork.
No. He was talking a few months ago about wanting to go to Europe for the first time, about Italy, because he had been watching, this is going to shock you, White Lotus. And because White Lotus frames everything perfectly. And I've heard incredible things about.
And sadly, Maggie watched Raising Arizona.
Yeah.
So we got to go there.
She watched Aerial America over the Grand Canyon.
Right.
I've never been to the Grand Canyon, by the way. I've been
flown
past
over it. Yeah.
I had an opportunity. I'll never forget. I was at one of these breakfasts. It might have been at Denny's. And I was on my way to L.A.
Interesting.
And I was with my buddy Jeff Clanton. And we had a decision. Were we going to backtrack 45 minutes and see something we've never seen, which is one of the seventh wonders of the world, isn't it? Or am I mistaken on that?
Seven natural wonders. There's seven ancient wonders of the world, seven natural.
How many do you think you can name? I'm going to go seven natural.
Boy, I would say the Great Wall of China has got to be one.
That is not natural, literally built by men.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about I was going the other. Okay,
okay.
I can do the other. Okay.
Which one can you do?
Great Wall of China.
No, okay. So man-made. Hang on. So
the ancient,
the seven ancient.
Yeah, the pyramids are going to be
Pyramid
one.
of Giza.
All right. You've got.
Wait.
Hang on, guys.
Roman Colosseum.
Is my mic on, Rockstar? When I say hang on, is anybody hearing this?
You've got to get to your thing, and then we'll go back.
I thought you were going to start saying them out loud. You got this and that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. You've already missed one.
I'm not going in order.
But there's only 7 of them.
We've named 2, and you said hang on.
Well, I know. I'm asking you guys to hang on until I can pull them up so I can see if you got them right. Okay, I have them pulled up now.
Okay.
Pyramid of Giza.
That's on there.
Hanging Gardens of Babylon.
That's on there.
Colossus of Rhodes.
That's on there. How do you know this?
I'm really cool.
He went to school, Brown.
All right, you got 3.
Didn't go to Jack State.
The Roman Colosseum is not on there.
It is not.
Should be.
You've got 3. Boy, you've hit a wall here.
Colossus of Rhodes.
I hear Lunsford helping you in the back there, and he's got
one. What are you saying?
The statue of Zeus at Olympia.
Okay.
That's there. Yep.
Is
Bryant Denny?
Bryant Denny, of course, is on there.
Is
Andre the
Vulcan
Giant.
on there?
The Vulcan is not on there. Let's miss the cut.
Oh, it's a lighthouse. A lighthouse of
Lighthouse
Alexandria.
at Alexandria. You need 2 more.
Wait, where is Alexandria?
It's over in Calhoun County. Very, very close to Sax.
It's Alex City by Lake Martin.
Yeah, big rival of Sax, Alexandria. All right, you got 2 more.
We did Great Wall and Pyramids, right?
Great Wall is not on
Great
there.
Wall's
How is the
not on
Great
there.
Wall not on there?
Yeah,
Because
it's
this
not.
I don't know.
I mean, anybody can build a wall.
This is like
Lance.
super ancient
Yeah,
history.
but
I
it's
mean,
like-
you got people
This
out
is
building
legit
walls.
the wall Trump wanted with the length, right?
Well, it is, but he didn't get it. I mean, people are building walls every day.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's a-
every single day somebody's out
It's a
building a
big
retaining
ass
wall.
long wall, though.
Hey, it's just a retaining wall.
I
mean,
love
the
how
fact-
everybody's saying Astrodome. The thing was, the Astrodome was supposed to be the
Eighth.
eighth wonder of the world when it was first built.
But then Andre the Giant was the 8th natural wonder of the world, right? I love Jay Price. Alexandria is in Egypt. I know it's not the Calhoun County Alexandria. I grew up 5
People go
minutes
there
from it.
every day.
The mausoleum at Halicarnassus in Turkey is the one you missed.
Wouldn't have gotten that.
Nope. And I think you got the rest of them. All right, so that's the
Temple
ancient.
of Artemis, I'm being told.
Yeah, Temple of Artemis. I thought you had already said that one. All right, so the natural wonders of the world.
Okay, Grand Canyon.
That's the Grand Canyon is on there. There's one. And Lance is out. Rockstar, you got the rest of
No,
them?
I'm not out yet.
Okay, well, give me one more.
There's
There's only one more you'll get.
you don't know that.
I do too. Because I'm going to move this thing along. We're not going to do the old. Ooh.
Can't be DeSoto Caverns because that's for more
DeSoto
recent.
Caverns.
Yeah, I know it's not DeSoto Caverns.
I think you might get 2. I'll give you 2.
In addition to Grand Canyon?
Yes, he's gotten Grand Canyon 1. I think you can get 2 more.
What about Mount Everest?
Mount Everest is the one of the ones I thought you would get. Now, don't look
Okay.
at the screen. Don't look at the chat
I'm
room.
not looking at the chat room.
Right. Yeah, one more, and you've won this thing.
Yellowstone, the geyser.
It is
Old
not.
Faithful?
Old
Old
Faithful is
Faithful.
not on there. Nope.
How is it not? It's colored.
So is the fountain in Vegas. Would you put
yeah,
that on
but that
the
was
list?
man-made.
Yeah, that's not natural.
Rio Harbor in Rio de Janeiro. I mean, that must be one heck of a harbor for it to be a natural wonder of the
Let's
world.
go to Carnival.
Hoover Dam?
The Hoover Dam is not on there. The Great Barrier Reef, that was the other one I
Oh,
thought you might
damn
get.
it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aurora Borealis, Victoria Falls, a little better than Nakalula. If you've been to Nakalula,
Yeah.
Victoria's slightly better. Paracutin in Mexico, and that's it. Boy, if Lunsford had his mic on, he is dominating this game.
Lunsford, your mic's on. Oh, because it's done.
He's done. All right. So there you go. I don't know why we're talking about that because Dunaway's going to the Grand Canyon. Lance had a chance to go and stop and didn't stop. Most people would stop there. You were at a Denny's and you didn't stop?
No, but see, I was already past it, so I would have had to backtrack 45 minutes, which by easy math will be an hour and a half I would have lost on my trip, plus observing the Grand Canyon.
You can do it like Clark and Ellen did. You're not going to watch the Grand Canyon.
I decided not. So Crab Island's not on there.
Crab Island is not on there. Nope, sorry.
I haven't been to Crab Island. I've seen pictures. Looks beautiful. Looks like too many people, though.
Where is Crab Island?
It's that little Destin overpass where everybody puts their pontoon boats, and they've got like floating bars and things
I would
like
like Lance's 7 modern wonders of the world.
that. Ooh, I could come up with that.
Now-
Well, you want to do it later in
so
the show?
far,
Yeah, later in the
number
show.
one.
Cole says Old Faithful is colored. What you talking about?
Well, those the heated
Geysers.
geysers, whatever they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never been to Old Faithful, so I don't know. All right, coming up on the show today, Dunaway is
Forrester,
out.
don't steal
Huh?
mine before
What?
I get to them.
What, the Crystal on Bourbon Street?
Hey, that is it is a landmark.
Forrester's right. I've eaten there. Have you ever eaten there?
Oh, a ton have I eaten there. I've almost choked on some of the chili pups.
And not the worst thing you could choke on in that location. So Dunaway is out today. Joe Exotic is coming up, presidential candidate. We're going to start, every presidential election we have on the serious candidates on this show. You know how this show goes. Joe Exotic from Tiger King joins us from the Clink at 11 o'clock. So he's calling us. If he's a little bit late, somebody went long in the line in front of him, but he's supposed to call at 11. So just as a heads up on that.
Well, I will tell you, his
we
social
don't have
media
control.
His social media account is one of the most active I've ever seen because I
It is.
decided to follow
Yep.
last night,
Right.
and it was just nonstop popping up. But they included us on a lot of different things.
We appreciate that.
And I don't know about you guys, and I was talking to Forrester and Rockstar about this earlier today, that I don't know if I've gotten this much feedback on a guest.
Yeah, I mean, people are excited about this, including my 18-year-old daughter who texted me from upstairs last night. That's the way we communicate. That's
awesome.
Texted me from upstairs and said, when were you telling me Joe Exotic was on the show? And I didn't know you were a fan. And she's like, yeah. So there you go.
You know, Leighton and Anna Kate, buddies,
Right.
and basically the same age.
Uh-huh.
Leighton had never seen the Tiger King. And
Right.
I heard her mom, Bethany, in the background saying, okay, we got to watch some of these episodes if we're going to be ready for this interview
Yeah.
tomorrow.
Okay. So they caught up, huh?
Yeah, so then I get a screenshot from Leighton, and it's one of the first ones, because I went back and watched half the first Tiger King episode just to remember what I was getting back into.
Just one season?
I think it is, yeah.
Yeah, but
just
then
that one?
Then they have the
Spinoff?
The Antle, the dude with the little ponytail.
Yeah, Mr. Perfect?
Yeah, they had a spinoff on him.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Leighton sent me a picture of Joe Exotic, and it's only like half his face with his greasy bangs coming down from prison. And she's like, well, we have this shot tomorrow. Is it going to be live video?
No, it's got to be phone. They won't let him do video. But as you well know on this show, we love our sponsors. Blakely's Bouquets is so fired up about Joe Exotic being on the show. They're sponsoring the segment.
Hey, baby
so Blakely's
gifts.
Bouquets, baby.
Yeah, look, flower arrangements, anniversary flowers, wedding flowers, funeral flowers. They've got it all. Blakely'sBouquets.com. Fantastic people.
Yeah, they are great
I really
people right there.
want to know, though, what their relationship is with Joe Exotic.
I think they're just fired up about it. I think they just love the show, man. They love that Joe's coming on the show. So they're fired up. They're like, let us sponsor it. So we're like, of course.
Yeah, but I think, did they not set the
I don't
interview
know.
up?
I just think they're fired up about it, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're fired up about it.
That's great. That's great. Me too.
So Blakely's Bouquets is sponsoring the first presidential candidate on this show. Now, there's a law in America, Rockstar. We got to give equal time. So let Joe Biden and Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis know.
Well, you got to let the front runner go. Joe is the front runner
let the
right
front
now.
runner go.
Well,
yes.
he might be, according to some people out there.
I mean, he's got to get votes. He's got to get votes. All right, Lance, tell him about Gutter Cap, then we'll get into the NBA playoffs last night and talk some Alabama A-Day as well.
205-823-2212. That is the number you need to call. Look, Cap It, Don't Snap It. The weekend is here. The last thing you want to do is get the dangerous ladder out, get on the roof, you slip, you fall, you snap the neck and die. You're no good to the wife or kids. Call my good friend Chris Stewart. It's an absolutely free estimate. You'll never have to clean those gutters again. Again, 823-2212. Cap It, Don't Snap It. GutterCapBirmingham.com.
All right, so we'll get to Alabama A-Day coming up. John Parker Wilson is also going to join us. Don't want to overshadow JP with Joe Exotic, but
impossible not to do.
But he was texting me about it last night when I was seeing what time John Parker wanted to come on the show. He's like, "Well, Joe Exotic's at 11. I could never follow that." But unfortunately for JP, he's got to follow that at 11:45. So he's like, "Man, this is going to be a total letdown after Joe Exotic."
Now,
we love you, JP.
If you had to choose somebody's wardrobe for the rest of your life, John Parker Wilson's or Joe Exotic?
That's the easy one.
Joe Exotic's, right?
It's easy with Joe Exotic.
Joe Exotic.
I'm with tiger tooth necklace.
He's an
and all
old
that.
pistolier, man. I mean, the guy wears a 6-shooter on his hip right there. You've seen the show, right?
Oh yeah. I punched out now.
I watched half of one episode.
Yeah, it was very much a.
I got the gist.
Yeah, it was very much a COVID thing where you just got so much time on your hands, you're looking for anything to do. And I watched a little bit of it, and I was like, okay, this is starting to get a little repetitive.
Yeah, well, most of the shows on Netflix are, especially once they go over 3 or 4 episodes.
Speaking of which, are we done with the Murdaugh thing? Is that finally done? Like, because there's been
You've only got a couple left.
1,500 documentaries.
Yeah, but I mean,
case.
there's got to be some appeals, right? That's
I'm talking about the documentaries and
I don't know.
Datelines and all that stuff. Because that's the Alex Murdaugh thing.
But, I watched the entire thing, and I'll never forget, we were doing like an afternoon cocktail chat. We were doing as much content as we possibly could to keep people entertained. And I remember our friends at Redmond Vodka set up a one-on-one with me and Barkley. And it was like a cocktail hour thing, and listeners could they could ask us different questions and stuff. And Barkley was like, I am so bored. He was out in Arizona. He was like, I don't have anything to do. And I'm like, dude, I just finished this Netflix documentary called The Tiger King. He knew nothing about it. So the next time I had him on, a couple of weeks later, we did the same thing. He's like, I want to kill you for making me more stupid than I already am. Because that is one of those things, when you watch it, you do get dumber.
Yeah, I feel that way.
But it's something that's like never been seen before. There's so many things that are redone, but Joe Exotic literally is a one of a kind.
Yes, and it seems like he is genuine too. I don't think that's an act.
I don't think it is either.
I mean, that is.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you think everything we saw was legit?
I mean, it's probably a little enunciated a little bit, but I think that's a genuine guy.
I mean, Rusty is right. He says, no, I mean, he's right and he's wrong. He said nobody gained more from COVID than Joe Exotic, right? No way that show was big if it wasn't during COVID. And I would 100% agree, but he's also in jail. Now, he might have still gone to jail either way, but you gotta think that show probably led to his conviction.
There's three things that remind me of COVID: the mask, Joe Exotic, and the fact that we got out of corporate America.
That's true. All those things happened.
Those are the 3 things I remember most about COVID. But Joe Exotic would be if there was one thing in entertainment, I think, coast to coast, I think most people would agree with this. Joe Exotic was the one thing that a lot of people were talking about and watched.
Joe brought the country together. Just say it. Just say it.
I mean, in a lot of ways, he did. All right. So, by the way, as people are reminding us in the chat room there, don't forget that if we're getting on all the presidential candidates, Connor Roy is still in the race at this moment. So,
well, we almost had Alan Ruck on the show multiple times.
I was going to tell Rockstar.
He has ghosted me. He has put me on. We used to have a communication between each other, and then he's turned in, I think, whenever the last season, season 4, he started saying, like, hey, here's my publicist. Can you go through her? And then she was like, can you do this and this? Like, making me jump through hoops. And then I was like, Alan, I mean, because we had him scheduled.
Wow. So Alan Ruck's big time in us now. Huh?
No, I think he's getting more requests now, and it's just like.
Well, I know, but you got to remember who brought you to where you are. Without us, he never would be Connor Roy.
Well, that was true. It was what you would call kind of a niche show early.
Yeah.
And Succession has blown up mainstream.
Yes.
And for good reason. I mean, it is one of the most well-written, well-acted shows of all time. And early on, I think Alan Ruck probably enjoyed being requested again because his career had maybe taken.
Oh, we were talking Young Guns 2 with him and Speed.
Yeah.
I mean, there wasn't much.
He's developed into a fantastic role on that show. Brett says The Last Dance. That did blow up because of that. Was probably the most viewed thing in COVID was The Last Dance. I mean, that thing was
sports-wise, but
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what else.
I think more.
I don't know, man. That thing was on ESPN. I mean, that reaches way more people than Netflix.
Yeah, but I think more transcending because I think your sports fan was in on Joe Exotic. I think your housewife was in on Joe Exotic.
Yeah.
I think your recluse was in on Joe Exotic. I mean, people that didn't like sports probably didn't really care about The Last Dance.
Yeah, so 98 million. Lunsford, does Lunsford know what Netflix subscription level is right now? Do they publicize that, Lunsford? Do you know?
I don't know, but I can find out for you.
Yeah, because I think 98 million homes for ESPN. So that's going to be one of the deciding factors. How many homes Netflix is in, which I have no idea.
If Dunaway was sitting here and him and I were going back and forth, I would bet a stake that more eyeballs saw Joe Exotic and Tiger King than they did The Last Dance.
I don't know how I don't know how we would. Yeah, I don't know if they promoted the. I don't know if they promoted the ratings on that.
As of the first quarter of 2023, Netflix has 232.5 million paid subscribers.
All right, so there you go. It's going to be Joe Exotic. Yeah, I mean, I did not realize
Netflix has completely blown up. But we've got a Netflix story in trash today that I still didn't think was a real thing.
Neither did I.
Yeah.
Neither did I.
Of course, that's worldwide, and I only gave you the ESPN U.S. homes at 98 million.
Yeah, I'm with Brooks. I didn't really watch The Last Dance. I watched a little bit of it.
I didn't either, and you would think I'd be all over that, but, man, that's all people were talking about. And I really never watched much of it at all. I have seen some clips later on, like here were the big parts, but I did not sit down and watch it.
Yeah, really, the only thing I remember about it was Michael Jordan just drinking tequila the entire time.
Right? That was what stood out to you?
I mean, just sitting there, drinking basically straight tequila during his interviews. And I watched a little bit of it, but again, the Tiger King, I watched every single minute.
Yeah. There are a lot of holdovers from COVID that I do like. I hated that we went through it, but, I mean, drive up. I mean, almost anywhere now you can just drive up and they bring stuff to you.
Yeah.
Like even places that didn't do it before, like, yeah, we'll just bring it out of your car.
But again, COVID has killed the tipping because I went somewhere yesterday just to pick something up. And, the to-go in the service industry standard is 10% on to-go orders.
Right.
And they start at 15%.
Yeah. They are not afraid. Rockstar's right. They're not afraid to spin that screen around anymore.
Like, before you press yes, it's going to ask you a question.
Yeah, it's going to ask you a question.
How
was my service? No. How much would you like to hand me?
Yeah, and they do it in front of, I was at a place that's got a long line behind me, and it's like if you want to stop the line and make up your own tip.
Yeah.
Like if I want to back it to 10%, I've got to do that, and then I look like the cheap guy.
Yeah.
So I just automatically have to hit 15% on there for a to-go order.
Yeah.
I don't want to jump the script, but in the lounge today, is there a possibility we can hear man saw tiger, tiger saw man?
I'd have to learn it. I could just do a little tease on it.
I'm gonna tell you this: it's not as complicated as Bohemian Rhapsody.
I know that. But
I think you could probably learn this in break.
I mean, Rockstar, he was in here doing his sound check earlier, and I said, what you singing today? He goes, I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
I never know. I never have like an
when do you
agenda.
decide?
Man saw tiger, tiger saw man.
Tell the hunters to lay down their guns. Tell them all the tiger needs is a little bit of love. Let them run in the jungle. Let them run their land. Then stand back and marvel. What a beautiful cat.
This is probably way too late for you to do this, but Jason's right. If you started with Eye of a Tiger and then sampled Tiger Saw Man in the middle, you could have a really good matchup.
Let's just put Tyler behind the board and let Rockstar go dip off and do his thing.
Jay says, Rocky, it's just GC and D. That's all it is, GC and D.
I was assuming that, but I got to learn the way he sings it too,
Oh, you got time.
His timbre.
Pritch Law says you could mix it in with Run Through the Jungle as well from CCR.
That's right.
You got a lot of options there where you can match this thing up. Yeah. Huh?
Welcome to the jungle.
In the jungle, the mighty jungle.
Cat Scratch Fever.
Yeah. Tom asked, does Rockstar have a screen we can tip? Well, we're probably working on that. We go.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't have a Venmo at the bottom.
Yeah. I do. We can totally put that up there.
Dude, the Rockstar cam.
All right, so we will get to Bama Spring coming up in the next segment and the NBA playoffs continuing last night. I do want to promote that coming up next week, Trent Dilfer, the new UAB coach, is going to be in studio with us Tuesday.
Oh,
so
good.
he's going to hang out in studio with us a little bit. We'll put him in Dunaway's chair. We'll have to move the mannequin when Trent gets here and put him in Dunaway's chair there. As always, Legacy Credit Union is a huge, huge supporter of UAB, the official credit union of UAB. In fact, Legacy Pavilion is where Trent Dilfer's team works out. And right now, they've got that swap and drop going on. It's the annual promotion in which members at Legacy and those that are not yet members can drop their current loan provider and swap to Legacy. It can be used for auto loans or other recreational vehicles. All you have to do is apply online at legacycreditunion.com or swing in any of the greater Birmingham area branches. Check out those lifestyle loans as well. No collateral, affordable low rates right now. You can do that at Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. It is Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. We talk Bama spring football. What do you expect from A-Day? That is next on the next round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Payton designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by the Talladega Super Speedway. Do not miss the Geico 500 weekend, Friday, April 21st through Sunday, April 23rd. Get your spot now and reserve a garage experience. 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Next round back with you. We're in the lobby there talking Joe Exotic, and it leads to another potential promotion we're talking about, which we won't unleash here, Brown.
No, but I'm all about this, don't you think?
I think it'll be incredible. So this would be in the month of May, which is, I mean,
a week
really
away.
Approaching. Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe it is April 21st right now. I did not celebrate 420, by the way.
Did you not?
I did.
You let it pass, huh?
Well, you know, I'm not afraid to inhale, unlike Bill Clinton, but
Right.
I've still got some open sores.
Yeah, probably not the best time for you.
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah. Bama A-Day is tomorrow. We'll get to that in 1 second. But first, a great place to pregame there would be Odie's in Mountain Brook.
Odie's Tavern, great place. They'll have the game on tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So stop in, see Will Haver and that incredible staff. Every Wednesday, we do the Odie's team trivia. But you can enjoy great food all weekend and live music. Rodney Davis cooking up that food, from the award-winning wings, delicious burgers, great sandwiches. But live music tonight, tomorrow night, ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow. I was looking ahead to A-Day. But again, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. Go see Will Haver and that great step. I think it's going to touch 80 tomorrow in Tuscaloosa.
Yeah, it's going to be nice, I think.
And all I see is the sunshine. I love that when I check a forecast and I've got plans
yeah.
outdoors and there's not a cloud in the sky. That's what it looks like it's going to be in Tuscaloosa tomorrow.
Yeah, I was looking ahead because I'm taking my wife to her first race at Talladega. Like, forever she's heard us talk about on the show, like, man, if you live in Alabama, you got to go to Talladega at least once, even if you don't care about racing.
And I do agree with that.
Yeah, it's just it is a people watching paradise. If you just like watching people, and everybody's having fun, it's just a great atmosphere. And so she's going to go for the first time Sunday, 68 and sunny. It's going to be beautiful Sunday.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
Is she excited about it?
Yeah, she's fired up. Like, she went out and bought new shoes for it.
I was going to say, what is Jennifer going to wear to
Well,
this?
she was worried about that, and I was like, baby, when you get out there and see what some of the people are wearing, you're not going to be worried about this.
Yeah,
I
but
promise you.
I'm one of those guys that overcomplicates it too. Mm-hmm. Because I really don't think you can go wrong with what you wear out there.
Yeah.
Like, but if you showed up like you look right now.
Oh, black tie.
I would probably be the only one in the black tie, yeah.
Yeah. You would, if you weren't in one of the boxes, you probably would stand out a little bit. It's more of a T-shirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very casual. That's what I was telling my wife. It's very casual, and some ladies and men, for that matter, take casual a very long way there at Talladega. I mean, their definition of casual is even more casual than my definition of casual.
Do you remember your first experience at Talladega?
I do, in fact, remember it. I was in school at Jacksonville State, and I was working for an old country station in Anniston called Alabama 100. And they sent me out there. It was sponsored by, somebody just to do poll updates on Friday. And then on the Sunday race, I would call in every half hour and do an update, Dale Earnhardt Sr. leads or whatever it is. Yeah. And that was the first time I'd ever gone, and I was blown away.
So my friends, a big group of them would always go, and they would do the infield. And it was the specialist Heath, it was Chief, it was Chico. It's a big crowd. And they finally got me to go. It was the spring of '97.
Right.
And I'll never forget, I met them out in the infield. And the first thing I experienced, it was probably 9 in the morning. And one of our buddies was already so piss-hammered.
At 9 in the morning?
That he literally went over because, there's just tailgates everywhere. And he started peeing on somebody's grill.
Well, you gotta put it out somehow.
I mean, that could get you killed.
Oh, yeah. And I was just like, this is a party.
Yeah, we have arrived now.
This is a party.
It is a party at this point. Yeah, that could get you killed. I mean, you're lucky that didn't start like an all-out brawl.
I think there was maybe a case of Bud Light that was traded for.
Yeah. As a peace offering.
Yeah.
That'll make peace in a hurry. But the weather should be good for Alabama A-Day. Look, I mean, anytime you don't have an established starting quarterback, that's going to be your story coming out of a spring game.
Yeah,
I don't think you can avoid that.
And I was going to ask you, so we remember in 2007, I guess it was, that first spring game that Nick Saban comes in. I forgot what the numbers were, 80,000+.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much filled the stadium.
Yeah, and I think it topped out at 90 to 100,000.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you what you think this crowd will be just because of the intrigue with the quarterback. Now, Nick Saban saying the right things. Look, we drafted, coaches, players, sides, and just because this quarterback's with this team, because it's ones against ones, it's twos against twos, that nobody should read into who that quarterback going with the ones tomorrow will be. But I still think a lot of people will read into that. And I think there's going to be so much interest in who plays better in this game, whether it's Jalen Milroe or Ty Simpson, and who actually will have the upper hand going into fall camp. So with that said, do you think this increases the attendance tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, I think people naturally want to get nobody's really had a look at Ty Simpson. I mean, your biggest look at Ty Simpson has come from his high school tape. And seeing him, you've seen Milroe in relief, and you've seen him start a game. So you've seen a good bit of Jalen Milroe, but people have talked about his improvement. So I think a lot of people will be curious to see, Lance, if they can notice his improvement. I mean, from whatever their baseline of him is. So, yeah, I think a lot of people will go just to see that quarterback battle there.
So I think it was 08, 18, and 19, Saban replaced both coordinators. So obviously he's doing it again right here where you've got Tommy Rees and Kevin Steele coming in. But this is only the second time that he's replaced both coordinators and starting quarterback.
Yeah.
And the last time that happened was in 2018. And in 2018, remind me, did Alabama –
No, they went to the national championship game and lost to Clemson out in was that Tampa or Santa Clara?
That was Santa Clara.
Santa Clara, yeah. So, yeah, they lost to Clemson there. But that was an obvious change because Tua had come in and finished up the 17 national championship game, won Alabama the title, so it was abundantly clear he was going to be your starter coming into 18. What was the 08 was the other year?
08 was the other year, which obviously was a good year. That was the first undefeated regular season for Saban at Alabama.
And see, and your difference there was Kirby Smart was already on the staff. Kevin Steele took the job at Clemson, and Kirby was already on the staff. So, that was a natural bump up. This is Kevin Steele oddly coming back, so I guess there is some comfort there.
Yeah, 18 obviously was a good year outside of how the didn't really stick the landing against Clemson and Santa Clara. And then the other was 2019. And, you wonder if Tua never gets hurt, how 19 plays out. I still don't know if they beat LSU. Alabama fans will swear that Alabama wins that game if Tua's 100%.
Yep.
And I've said this before, the first play that I walked into and I was actually in that end zone was when Tua fumbled through the end zone.
One of the weirdest plays I've ever seen.
Yeah,
I mean, he is running in for a touchdown and just drops the football.
And I forgot where you were on this. Do you think his injury affected?
I don't know. That has been it. Actually, as a Dolphins fan, watching him, that has been something that has plagued him a little bit. It's ball security. There are times where he's just standing in the pocket and has dropped the football. I mean, it's been an issue that has followed him into the NFL. So I don't know that was injury related at all. I think it's just something he's dealt with.
Yeah, I don't know which way that game would have gone. I still lean LSU probably wins that game.
Well, you just couldn't afford to give up any scoring opportunities against that LSU offense. One of the best offenses we've ever seen. And they went up and down the field on Alabama that day, for most of the game. So you had 7 points right there that you just completely surrendered.
Yeah, but 19 was a disappointing season for
There's no
Alabama
doubt.
fans.
There's no doubt. And then he eventually gets hurt against State and is out for the rest of the year. And, it was a lost cause at that point to lose the Iron Bowl. It wasn't really a lost cause. They were still a one-loss team. But once you lose the Iron Bowl, that's over with. I will tell you the other battle that interests me that I think if you're not just watching quarterbacks, this running back room is really, really interesting for Alabama. First of all, you've had Nick Saban talking about Justice Haynes in a way we don't normally see Nick Saban talk about players. After that first scrimmage, talking about how you would never know this kid's a freshman, the way he blocks, the way he catches the ball, the way he cuts, the way he runs. When you see Nick Saban talk about a kid like that, Lance, it does get your attention, especially a freshman.
Well, yeah, look, and we know Jace McClellan's going to be back, and obviously there's a loss with Jahmyr Gibbs because he was such a versatile back, but I think once again you've got a lot of depth. And Jamarian Miller.
Now. I like that Jam Miller.
A lot of people are singing his praises right now. So you've got him back there. Obviously, Jace, Roydell. You've got some depth when it comes to Alabama running backs. And I think it was just 2 years ago where that was one of the scary things coming into camp is you really didn't have that depth.
Yeah. So between Jace McClellan, Roydell Williams, Jam Miller, and Justice Haynes, I think people want to see who the guy is that looks the best and might have the edge going into the summer as the starter.
Yeah, do you think there'll be that guy that has a distinct, as far as when it comes to touches advantage over another.
In this game, in the spring game?
No, not in the spring game. I'm talking about next season.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think what will end up happening is you'll have two guys at the top, much like last year with Jahmyr Gibbs had 151 carries and Jason McClellan had 112. And then your next was Roy Dell with 56.
If you made me, and this is just gut feeling, if you made me go plunk money down at the window, I would bet on Justice Haynes with the most carries.
See, this is tough because
and he's the freshman now, so I'm kind of going against.
No disrespect to Roy Dell. I'm going to remove Roy Dell from the conversation.
So you got no faith in him,
just because your boy Jam Miller, because of the reviews he's getting,
right?
Haynes and McClellan. I'm going to go Miller.
So you'll go Jam Miller.
Only had 33 carries last year.
Yep. I am going to go Justice Haynes. I do think it's a pretty wide open race. Nick Saban. I think spring games to me are more for the fans than anybody. I think most of the work and probably the evaluation has already been done in spring camp. How many times has there been a spring game MVP that you never hear from again, right? I think that may show you the importance of that. And for Nick Saban, he feels like, really the pressure shouldn't be there in the spring game. This is just almost a reward for having gone through spring football, which most upperclassmen absolutely hate.
How much does the pressure ramp up for the players with fans actually being in the stands compared to the first two scrimmages, or is it more just of motivation, like you talked about, of a reward at the end of the spring?
Well, I think the game should be fun. I think people should have fun competing. I think they should go out there, have fun, play hard, be confident in doing their job, and go out there and, try to create value for themselves and their brand by how they play, and show that the team is meaningful to them, and they want to do everything they can to help the team, and I think it should be fun. I don't think there should be any pressure on anybody. I mean, I don't think we're going to lose. I mean, I don't think this gets us in or out of the playoffs or any of that, or gets us in a bowl game as far as I know, but it is a good experience. It's good to get in game-like situations. It's good for, the coaching staff to work together, even though we'll have a very sort of watered-down version of defense and offense, and be a pretty simple game. But you do like to see how guys compete.
And I do think that's part of it, is sometimes, Lance, you've seen this for years, guys that are different when the lights come on. They might not be great practice players, but, man, you get them out there in front of fans, they're a different guy. Sean Alexander was that guy. You talk to people that play with him at Alabama, they're like, that guy did nothing in practice.
And I think there's so many unknowns. Almost at every position group with this team. I don't know if you realize this, but out of 131 Division I programs, Alabama is 125th in returning production. So they have lost a ton. This is an extremely young team. We're talking about two new coordinators. You're talking about a new quarterback. And I really don't know what to expect this year because the SEC has shifted so much. Obviously, Georgia has become the alpha. LSU, after what we saw year one with Brian Kelly, is going to be a monster. And I think this is a pivotal year for Alabama football. I don't know how you feel about that, but this is the first time in how long they haven't won back-to-back, or they haven't won a championship. And would this be the first time in a three-year span they haven't won a championship?
If they don't win it, yeah. Yep, if they don't win it. Because they won 20, and then 21, 22. If they don't win 23, it'll be the first 3-year span since Saban's been there.
Yeah, and
they haven't won a championship.
I would bet against, again, we always take the field in these situations.
Well, yeah, I'd definitely take the field against Alabama right now.
It's obviously going to be an uphill climb for this Alabama team. Extremely talented, extremely young. They're missing a ton of production. A lot of that starts with Bryce Young, a former Heisman Trophy winner, and probably the number 1 overall pick next week. But I think it is going to be a fascinating season in Tuscaloosa.
More from Nick Saban and a couple of Alabama players a little bit later on. Lance mentioned Brian Kelly. We'll hear from Brian Kelly as well coming up in just a little bit on the next round. Tell them about Redmont Vodka, Lance, and I'll give you one more name that might jump out in this Alabama 8A game. Redmont Vodka.
Hey, look, the weekend is here. Ask for it by name. It is a locally owned and operated product. Even if you're listening to us in another state, it's available in 22 states, so ask for it. Everybody loves Charles Barkley. He is one of the great faces behind Red Mott Vodka. Red Mott Vodka, their aim, clarity and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Red Mott Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package Beverage Place. Also, ABC stores. Again, ask for it by name all weekend long. It's Red Mott Vodka.
So Rockstar is smirking. I just saw a call come in on the hotline. Was that from a correctional institution?
It was. It was from, this is from a correctional facility. This is from a call from Joe. Press 5 to accept the call, and I did, and he said, hey, this is Joe. I'm just making sure this is the number I'm supposed to call at 11. I was like, you're right, man. I was like, all right, looking forward to talking to you. And then he hung up.
So it literally...
We've gone from yellow light to orange light.
Yeah. So it literally said, this is a correctional institution call from Joe.
Yeah. This is a call from Joe. To accept the call, press 5.
So you've pre-screened Joe Exotic.
Yes, so he was on the phone, and I talked to the boy.
All right.
I don't think he's going anywhere till 11. He's good.
Hey, they got him pinned in, I'm afraid. Yeah. All right. That's exciting. So Rockstar has pre-screened Joe Exotic. So 11 o'clock, we're a green light.
You think he's given up time in the yard for this interview?
Yeah, I really don't know. But
again, question.
We cannot thank Blakely's Bouquets enough for being instrumental in sponsoring this and everything. Blakely's Bouquet has done phenomenal with this. I don't know what he's having to give up for this, Lance. I hope not time in the yard. I mean, I think we're fine. I'd rather go see the sun than talk to us.
Yeah, but I mean, I think Joe's got more important things on his plate. Again, I followed his social media last night, and they are pumping 2024. He is very optimistic that.
Well, you have to be.
Yeah.
You don't run just on a whim.
That he is going to become the most powerful man in the world.
Michael is onto something, and I'll go with this. Like, do you think potentially we could work on an Aliceville connection? Somebody from Aliceville prison?
Oh, I'm sure.
We got a connection there. Like if we, maybe if we cut a deal, we put some money in the commissary of one of their inmates to come on and talk to us about Aliceville Women's Prison.
I had a guy, and I'll just give his first name, Lorenzo, but he was in a local prison, and he would write me all the time. And more so it was about the lock. It was a little time dated, but he would send me a letter, and it was very nice, and it would talk about the show, and I would write him back a little bit. And I think when we went to the new format, I think Lorenzo lost the ability to actually stream.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. That is the whole thing, is they can't stream in the clink. Because I remember people calling us.
One day they're going to have to be able to, though.
Well,
right?
they have access to internet. So if you have access to internet, you can stream.
Yeah, I've always been told though that they can't stream our show in there because we've gotten calls from inside a prison before. Somebody calling us on a contraband phone before. I mean, that has happened on this show. Like, I'm not supposed to be calling you guys, but I'm inside the prison. We've had that happen before.
I want to do my pick 3.
Yeah, me and Rocky had a guy, and this is when weed was very taboo, but the old Cafe Lazio days, very nice guy, but he got busted with an entire greenhouse, and I think he did multiple years, at least like.
And he called from prison.
Yeah.
One time he would be, he was on the text toy at the time. I think he was on that too.
Oh, he was. That's when we used to. You used to be able to text into the show.
Yeah,
I remember that, which I like. Now that we got the chat room, I think chat room's much better. It's similar, but you used to be able to text into the show, and we used the heck out of it. We were the only show that used it, so they were like, "Well, we're not going to continue to spend probably pennies,
20 cents a day.
Yeah, 20 cents a day on this. If y'all are the only show using it, I'm like, well, get your other shows to use it." But we used to enjoy that.
But be prepared because, as Rockstar said earlier this week, when we would have Joe Francis on, because Joe Francis thought he was being held.
Falsely.
Yeah, falsely. What was it? Habeas corpus?
Yeah.
Yeah. And he continued to preach that, but he would come on as much as possible for a platform to try to get him out of prison. But it would run about every 5 to 10 minutes.
You have 5 minutes left in the call.
That's good. I like to know where I stand. Yeah. All right. When we come back, we'll touch on the NBA playoffs from last night. You can always give us a call, 205-734-0923. We were talking about Talladega earlier. A reminder that if you still want to get on board, you can. 877-GO-TO-DEGA, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. If you're going to the Sunday race, you're going to want that garage experience. The most immersive in NASCAR. You can see more at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com or 877-GO-TO-DEGA.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Coolray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
We continue on the next round. NBA playoffs continuing. Last night was basically a must-win for a couple teams, or really a must-win for three teams. One of those was Golden State, Lance, playing without Draymond Green because of his suspension. 114-97, they beat the Kings. They are an awful road team, so they had lost 2 in Sacramento. You knew they had to win this game last night to survive, and Steph Curry played that way, 36 points last night out of the Warriors' Steph Curry.
Yeah, Kevin Looney, though, was really the difference in this game with his 20 boards. This is a guy that led the NBA in offensive boards this year. You know, Wiggins is back in this lineup, which is important. You know, he chipped in with 20. But Steph Curry did Steph Curry things. Again, so accurate behind the arc last night, 6 of 12. Klay Thompson, a lot of people believe coming into this game was going to be the key. He didn't really play that well. Only had 13 last night, but Golden State led wire to wire. They played with urgency. Jordan Poole played extremely well. This is a Golden State team that is just night and day. I don't think they have the makeup of a team that won another championship last year because they can't win on the road. To me, this is going to probably go 7 games.
Oh, really? You think this will make 7,
yeah,
huh?
I think it'll go back and forth. I heard Kendrick Perkins talking about yesterday afternoon. Was getting a workout in, and he was talking about he believed the Kings were going to go up 3-0. I was too scared to lay the 6.5 last night with Golden State. I felt like Golden State would win this game, but they end up winning the game going away without Draymond.
They're going to have to win one in Sacramento to get to 7. So you feel like they can win one on the road?
I think they can.
I mean, this has been a terrible road team. I think they're 11-32 on the road or something like that this year.
33-8 at home.
Yeah, no, they're fantastic at home, Golden State.
Yeah, so 11-30 on the road.
Yeah, 11-30 on the road. So they're going to have to find a road win to push it to 7. But you think that happens?
I think there's a good chance of it. I think Sacramento ultimately is the better team. I think De'Aaron Fox, Sabonis, the way those guys are playing right now. Again, Malik Monk coming off the bench. Mike Brown, your coach of the year this year. It's a really good chemistry team. The Sacramento Kings team.
The other team it was definitely a must-win for was Brooklyn. They didn't. 102-97 76ers. This series is over. 76ers are moving on. It's 3-0 right now. You can pack it in on this one.
Yeah, they blew it. They had an opportunity, and Jog Vaughn said all the right things going into the game, and they had an opportunity there late to tie the game up. They had a 5-point lead with just a couple of minutes left, and they had an opportunity to tie it up, and Joel Embiid with an incredible block, and Brooklyn loses 102-97, now in an 0-3 hole. When you're in an 0-3 hole in the NBA, you don't come back from that.
You generally do not, especially when you're definitely not as good a team. I mean, there's no doubt that the 76ers are better than the Nets.
Well, I don't know if you saw this controversy, but James Harden gets flagrant too.
Yeah, in fact, Pritch Law says the ejection was laughable.
It was laughable.
Yeah.
So Harden is getting defended, and I don't know if you saw the replay or not, but Royce O'Neal's on him, and he does a fake to his left, and when he does that, then he goes right. But when he fakes to the left, the elbow catches the groin of O'Neal. To me, it wasn't flagrant. It seems like a lot of guys in the NBA get hit in the junk. It seems like it happens a lot. But to me, that was more of a graze, and I don't think there was intent. So James Harden gets run out of that game, which could have been huge. That was in the third quarter. And obviously, Harden's your number 2 option with that team.
Yeah. Claxton ejection was also laughable, according to Chase. The Nick Claxton ejection was dumb, according to Chase. So we had a couple of dumb ejections last night. By the way, was it a crazy cover last night? I wasn't really paying attention, but Paul says he could not believe Philly covered that game.
Yeah, I couldn't either. I had I had it with a friend. A friend had sent me a text, hey, do you want to take Philly +4? And I said, sure. And I absolutely knew on that missed free throw when it was a 3-point Philadelphia on the Maxey 3 had taken the 3-point lead. And Brooklyn came down, and I think it was Dinwiddie. Yeah, Dinwiddie missed the back end of the free throws, hit the first one. So it made it a 2-point game at that point. And I had a feeling that Philadelphia was going to find a way to lose. And then after the Embiid block, they go down, they hit the free throws. Nets don't, and it ends up a 5-point game. That's a tough loss. But, again, that's the NBA for you.
Yeah.
You can be up 5 or 6 with a minute to go, getting 4.5 points and still lose a game.
Everybody makes a run in the NBA, right? That's what you gotta withstand. The other game last night, the Suns-Clippers series, the Suns get a road win to take a 2-1 lead over the Clips.
Look, Kawhi Leonard didn't play last night. That was going to be a big factor. I'll give Norm Powell a ton of credit. He played his ass off last night with 42. Russell Westbrook has actually played well in this series. He had 30. So the Clippers were right there with him. But Phoenix did what they had to do, and Devin Booker is playing out of his mind. Everybody talked about with the addition of Kevin Durant, this was going to be such a dangerous team, and it is, but this is Devin Booker's team. As good as Kevin Durant is, Booker goes 45. He went 38 in Game 2. He is just an absolute stud. And the guy that's not really playing well is DeAndre Ayton. Had 12 and 11 last night. He's going to have to play better if Phoenix is going to actually end up closing off the Clippers in this series. And I think ultimately they will. But when Kawhi gets back in this lineup, this is going to be a very competitive series.
We'll talk about tonight in one moment. I do want to remind you, Manscaped keeps us all trimmed up just right. I used it again today. Every Friday I get to tell you about that beard hedger that I use to keep my beard nice and clean. And the thing I like most about it is it's got the adjustable guard on it, the beard hedger at Manscaped there. That adjustable guard where all I got to do is turn a dial, and it goes from a 3 to 3.5, 4, 4.5, wherever it is, because my old one had a pop-on, pop-off guard. And, if I can easily pop it on and pop it off to change it, if I'm shaving, it can easily pop off as well, gap my beard, make me look like an idiot. I don't have to worry about that with Manscaped. Manscaped, they've also got the beard shampoo and conditioner, the beard oil, the beard balm, And right now, you can get 20% off and free shipping on all their products with code TNR, manscaped.com. Code TNR, that gets you 20% off, and we pay for the shipping. Don't forget the lawnmower as well. We always tell you with the lawnmower, here's the example I always use. Do you use the same sponge on your paint job that you use on the undercarriage of your car? Of course not. Why would you do that with your razor? The lawnmower takes that off the table. It is specially designed for the more sensitive areas and takes care of you down low. And then you can use the Beard Hedger and the Weed Whacker 2.0 up top. That Weed Whacker 2.0, newly designed, takes care of the nose hair and the ear hair so you don't look like an old man with all that hair sticking out. All of that right there at manscaped.com. Everything you order, use code TNR at checkout. 20% off and free shipping with code TNR when you go to manscaped.com. That is manscaped.com, code TNR. I am more interested in tomorrow night because for whatever reason, this whole beef going on with LeBron has sucked me in. So I guess I'm going to get sucked into that game.
I mean, Dylan Brooks to come out the way he was post-game, come at me when you go 40. LeBron will go 40 tomorrow.
That's the only thing that draws me into that. Yeah. Only thing that draws me in is I want to see what LeBron does.
Well, LeBron is really
that is late night tomorrow.
He's relied on a lot of jumpers in this series. He's not going to the free throw line. I think you will see aggressive LeBron attacking the rim. Anthony Davis did not have a good game 3 or game 2. This series is tied obviously at 1 apiece, but I think LeBron James.
What's crazy is I know you're a Lakers fan, you're not a LeBron fan, right. So you're torn here. Do you pull for LeBron in this situation to prove him wrong?
Yeah,
really?
That's weird. Yeah,
I don't like LeBron, but look, whatever I think and say about LeBron's not going to affect his legacy. He's still going to go down as one of the top 2 or 3 players of all time. Just because Dylan Brooks called it out like that, to have an immediate follow-up and to go for 40, I think would be beyond comical. Because what does Dylan Brooks say after that?
Yeah, that's true.
You got to give him all the calls, man.
He ain't old anymore.
I mean, I am 100% all in on this game, and I will watch it just because of that. And I haven't made a wager, I think, since Super Bowl.
You're getting down on this one?
Yeah, I probably will get down on LeBron's prop.
Just on LeBron?
Yeah, just on LeBron, on his over points. I'm guessing it's going to be 28.5, 29.5. Lunsford, can you find that for us?
I mean, mybookie.ag and go jump down on that. So you think that's the number it'll be, and that's what's going to interest you in this game?
Yeah,
because the overall number is Lakers 4.5. They're favored 4.5 at home on the Grizzlies.
Yeah, and I think they win this game. I think they win the series. I thought that going into this series, especially now with Ja being hurt. Again, what you get with Tyus Jones, I don't want to say it's not a drop off because it is, but Tyus Jones still very good at the 1. But going into this series, I thought the Lakers would win. I think they win Game 3. But I think even more of an emphasis for LeBron over winning Game 3 is putting 40 on Dylan Brooks.
Lunsford said it's 28.5 for LeBron.
So you easy take the over there, huh?
Yeah. I feel good about this. So I'm giving everybody a free lock. Play the LeBron over 28.5. He'll probably turn his ankle in the first quarter.
That's a Dunaway play.
If he stays healthy and plays the 40 minutes the 40+ minutes he should play, he'll get his 40 points.
By the way, Vol fan 205 says Dylan Brooks is just playing chess, Lance. He's getting LeBron to push as you head into one-day rest. The league gave LeBron 2 days for the first 3 games. That is an interesting thought. So they play Saturday. And then they turn around again and play Monday. He only gets 1 day rest.
That's fine. I don't think Dylan Brooks is the kind of guy that plays chess.
You don't think so? You think Dylan's just running his mouth?
I think he shoots from the hip. I think he's a Joe Exotic type.
Shoot first, ask questions later, right? So anyway, that is coming up on Saturday night. I left the name off. I want to give you one more name from Alabama's A-Day. We'll get to much more than that and some more college football. But one more name from Alabama's A-Day game that I think people are already talking about this guy. They're going to come away talking about him more. I'll give you that name when we return. Your calls welcome in as well. 205-734-0923. Joe Exotic about an hour away on the next round.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, DryTech is ready to help. Call DryTech first, not the insurance company. DryTech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the DryTech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, DryTech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call DryTech immediately. 205-637-0143.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt. Doesn't get much more exciting than that. Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football. All the way to the house. Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
How much are you paying for your auto loan or your RV loan? Legacy Community Federal Credit Union may help you save. It's time for Swap and Drop for all members of Legacy Community Federal Credit Union. Swap to Legacy and drop that rate. You can apply online at legacycreditunion.com or stop by any Legacy Community Federal Credit Union branch. It's time to swap and drop with Legacy Credit Union. Proud supporters of UAB and UAB Athletics, federally insured by the NCUA.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, another hour, next round. Along with Lance Taylor, I'm Ryan Brown. Dunaway is starting his West Coast tour. Rockstar's already been on a West Coast tour. Dunaway doing it now. He'll be going for about 10 days. He'll be back with us in a week or two. Assuming he survives. He seems worried about that.
I don't think he worries about a lot.
You really?
Ugh, the flight.
The scorpions, the glamping, the heat stroke.
Lost luggage.
The lost luggage, the pulled
Uber
muscles,
driver.
the Uber driver.
Not packing properly.
Yes, running out of water, dehydration.
Toes aren't shaved. Feet were white.
Dysentery. I mean, he's worried about it all. But maybe we'll get I'm sure you'll get a social media update.
You know, it's funny. Patrick over in the Coke Zero chat room says, just saying that they need to get some TNR gear for Joe Exotic. Can they smuggle that into prison? It's funny. I was out there with Kelsey, and she was like, do you think we could send him some gear? Could he wear it in prison?
I don't think so. I think they're jumpsuit only, aren't they? Aren't they orange jumpsuit only?
I will look it up, see if I can.
I mean, I guess we could ask him when he comes on real quick.
Yeah, I don't know if they have to sleep in the orange jumper. He might be able to lounge around in the TNR t-shirt.
Yeah. I've laughed.
We can do a custom with a cat on it for him.
I've just laughed right start thinking of you. You are receiving a federal institution call from Joe.
Joe.
The least amount of information possible. Should I give him my whole name to clear up any confusion? No, I'm just going to say Joe.
You know, Joe liked the peroxide and the frosted tips, but I would assume that you just get a traditional cut in prison, right?
That's one of my questions.
Okay.
The upkeep.
All right. Yeah, because I think most people just go shaved head and they clink, don't they?
Because what was the...
you might be segmenting yourself or segregating yourself when you go shaved head in prison. Right?
That's true.
They remember the Menendez brothers. This was a big story. Like, they've been in prison for how long? Who knows? one of them said that
I think that was the mid-'90s, wasn't
well,
it?
he wants to be able to wear his toupee in prison. Like that was the thing that, and they had to have,
you
like,
don't
an
want the
appeals-
ladies not to.
He had like he still feels self-conscious about his toupee, and this was like a story that came out like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm like,
Well,
so
I
they're
think
still-
vanity goes out the window once you're in the clink.
Well, he's been in the prison since like '95, and he's like, well, now I need my toupee. I feel weird.
Yeah, this is when it has started to bother me.
Now, Forrester, that's a good call. I think we should make a TNR prison jumpsuit for Joe.
I'm fine with that.
I don't think we have anything in orange, do we?
No hunting orange.
I see a landmine shirt in orange.
In orange?
Oh, the blue. The
orange and blue. Yeah.
I don't think Joe would like to wear that either.
No.
I think Joe he's a Sooner fan, isn't he? Boy,
He's from Oklahoma. I don't know.
Disappointing year.
Yeah, boy, did.
Wonder what his take on Venables is.
I guess we can, if the 15 minutes allows, we'll ask. Get that sports question in. Before I give you the other name that is going to be talked about potentially from Alabama's spring game, this guy's already being talked about. Lance Woodhouse Day Spas. When Joe gets out, this would be a good stop for him.
Oh, Joe would love this. Throwing on one of those robes, drinking a mimosa as he get prepared for a little pedicure, maybe waxing. Some type of body treatment. Look, give that special someone the gift of luxury. Birmingham's best day spa. It's Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. You can order that special person gift online 24/7. Birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online or stop by Woodhouse Day Spa. Tell them the next round sent you.
There are two things I've heard discussed coming out of Alabama's spring camp. And one of them is a player I'll mention in a second, but the other one is the offensive line. Everybody that you talk to there is talking about how much better Alabama's offensive line is playing now. I don't know that you're going to see that on display in a spring game, but people are talking about this getting back to more of a road grading offensive line that is able to line up and dominate a little bit more. Tyler Booker is one of the names people have talked about, and he talks about the mentality of this Alabama offensive line that may have changed a little bit in this spring.
From Coach Saban after the scrimmage, he was asked about leadership on offense, and he kind of pointed to the offensive line and the toughness you guys are playing with. Is that something you guys are kind of making a point of emphasis this spring, and you yourself in particular?
Definitely, just with Coach Wolford's mentality and the mentality of us as an offensive line, like we want to be dominant. We want to be the ones on 3rd and 3. We're like, oh, that's easy. We're just going to run behind the right side or run behind the left side. We're just going to run the ball. Like, we want that mentality of, man, we got to play Alabama this week. How are we going to stop that run? That's the mentality that we want to have. And honestly, through this spring, like, the way that we're playing, that's how Alabama played when I was growing up. Like, this is what I see Alabama football as. So to be able to bring that back to what it was, it means the most to me. And that just, like, that mentality is throughout the room. Like, everybody's trying to finish blocks, push the pile, things of that nature. That's just our mindset, and that's the mindset of the room.
Okay, so a couple things out of that. Number one, to hear him talk about, so this is how long Nick Saban's been doing this at Alabama, that the Alabama I watched when I was growing up played a certain way. Like, the fact that guys are playing there now that, like, well, when I was a kid and Coach Saban was first here, I mean, it's crazy to think it has gone that long that you could say a quote like that. When I was growing up watching Alabama, they played this
Apparently,
way.
Eric Wolford is bringing that back. We talked about it a couple of days ago when we were in Tuscaloosa, and the last couple of years, this has not been a traditional Alabama offensive line under Nick Saban. And I think for years it was one of his most underrated units that we didn't talk about. We talked about those linebackers. We talked about the receivers. We talked about the running backs. You really didn't talk about the offensive line because it was a given. And you go back to 2020 with the attitude a guy like Landon Dickerson had. But since that 2020 offensive line, which ultimately won a national championship, you haven't seen that physicality.
You have not. I mean, it has been a long time since they have just been able to, in obvious run situations, line up. And if it's an Alabama fan, you don't even really sweat it that much.
Yeah, you had road graders.
Yeah.
And from what we're hearing, at least initially, and you still got to see how it's going to translate on Saturdays in the fall, this unit has that type of makeup.
Yeah. That's what you hear, and we'll see if it's just now. Again, I don't know that you're going to see that on a spring game, and they're going against a good Alabama defensive line as well. Michael, his projection for Alabama's starting front is J.C. Latham, Damian Dalcourt, Seth McLaughlin, Tyler Booker, who you just heard there, and then Proctor. That sounds like a pretty good starting five there. I think Seth McLaughlin's the guy at center that is going to take that center job. It was, back and forth a little bit last year and run with it. I think that's the guy you watch at center right there, but I think Booker is definitely going to be a huge part of this Alabama offensive line. Lance, the name, though, that I was going to mention, and again, it's a spring game, so I just don't know how much you're going to see in a spring game, but Caleb Downs, one of the best players in last year's recruiting class, one of the best players in America last year, regardless of position. His play at safety, everybody you talk to is like, man, watch this kid. I'll tell you, the first person that told me, not that the recruiting guys didn't, they did, but I remember Aaron Suttles. Aaron Suttles was up here for Alabama and Bourbon one time shortly after signing day, and he's like, I'm telling you, the guy in this signing class everybody's going to be talking about is Caleb Downs. So how quickly he gets on the field at safety.
He's going to have an opportunity.
Yeah, I agree. And I wonder if it's like when I watched Malachi Moore, I was telling somebody this the other day that brought up Caleb Downs, and I'm like, that first year I watched Malachi Moore, I thought he was the next Minkah Fitzpatrick. It has not worked out. Now, one of the reasons it didn't work out is because Brian Branch was so good in front of him. But Caleb Downs, when you talk to people, they talk about him like he's going to have the year like Malachi Moore had his freshman year in Tuscaloosa, when you were like, man, this guy, they can't keep him off the field as a freshman. So we'll see. I don't know. Again, a spring game, don't know if you're going to see that tomorrow.
I'm interested to see where Jordan Battle goes in this draft, by the way.
I mean, I liked him at Alabama.
I did too. He had some great games.
He did. I think he's a really good player. Nick Saban safeties have, traditionally been smart defensive players.
I've seen your Dolphins might take a shot at him.
Well, I mean,
you got your corners.
That Dolphins secondary is pretty darn good, and I love Javon Holland at safety as well. So, I mean, listen, you can't have enough really good defensive backs in the NFL.
You're right.
So, if they take a shot at him, they take a shot at him. Michael says Jalen Milroe would be a beast at safety if he doesn't progress as a passer.
We were talking to somebody the other night that said if Milroe did make a transition out of quarterback, that receiver, because he is so athletic, that he would be a really good fit there. He's probably one of those guys that can play anywhere on the field.
I get the sense from talking to people, Lance, that he doesn't want to give up on the quarterback role.
Well, most guys that, you begin as a quarterback, I think a lot of that is ego. It's having the ball in hand all of the time. It's making the big plays. But ultimately, if you're not going to be the guy, I'd rather be playing safety or receiver than sitting on the bench.
Rusty asked late first round. Have you seen him late first round?
Jordan Battle?
Jordan Battle. Have you seen him in first round in any mocks?
I've seen a mock or two where he is late first round, but the majority I've seen he is second round.
Yeah. It feels like a pretty good pick at second round to get a Jordan Battle. As Brody says, he saved the Iron Bowl in 2021. Anytime that play comes up, I have tried to not ding Tank Bigsby for going out of bounds. There are a lot of people that have complained about that and criticized him for that, and tried to point out that Jordan Battle made a pretty good play to get him out of bounds. It gets forgotten about him. Everybody makes it sound like Tank Bigsby just ran out of bounds. Jordan Battle came up and made a defensive play to get him out of bounds there, and it did save the Iron Bowl. Without him going out of bounds, Alabama loses that game.
Over.
Now, again, you won the SEC championship and lost the national championship game, but still, I mean, that is a play that won the game for Alabama, at least gave them the opportunity to win the game. Bob Sacramento says Milroe as an H-back is best. If he can catch, Kevin says, a flex tight end would be a good spot.
Yeah, I think Milroe, though, what we saw with Jalen Hurts in those, because short yardage situations have been a problem for Alabama in the last couple of years, and this goes back to the offensive line that we were just discussing. But I think Milroe in one of those Jalen Hurts packages under the center where you get the push from behind, be hard to stop.
Bigger guy. Like, you didn't get a lot of that under center, and that's another thing I've heard from Tommy Rees, Lance, that you might see a little more of in this spring game and a lot more of during the regular season is a quarterback under center. You didn't get a whole lot of that out of Bill O'Brien and Bryce Young.
And understandably.
Yeah, understandably. Young's so small, right?
Yeah.
But especially if it's Milroe, that threat of a quarterback sneak is something a defense would have to worry about. I mean, he's a much, much bigger guy than Bryce Young.
Not that we have breaking news in the NBA a lot, but a little surprised here. Nick Nurse just got fired by the Raptors. And this is a guy that was viewed as one of the best coaches in the league for the last few years. And when you lose, arguably one of the top 5 players, at least at that point, in Kawhi Leonard, the production's going to go down. But, they won a championship in 2019. He was the coach of the year in 2020. They weren't awful this year. They were 41-41.
Just missed. They were in the play-in, right?
They were in the play-in.
They were in the play-in.
Had 1 year and more than $8 million left on his contract. I'm a little surprised they didn't let him play out that 1 year.
Yeah.
Or coach out that 1 year.
God, he's coached a lot of places, Lance.
Yeah. He'll be fine, though. But that's a little surprising to me.
Did you know he I think we had talked about this before, that he coached, because when people see it, he coached the Birmingham Bullets. Everybody's like, I don't remember a Birmingham Bullets team.
I do.
No,
I don't remember the Bullets. I remember the Bandits.
Yeah, the Bandits. The Birmingham Bullets played in the British Basketball League. That's why you don't remember them. But I remember when Nick Nurse was first hired at Toronto, I'm like, I haven't really heard of this guy. So I went and looked at him like, Birmingham Bullets. We had a Birmingham Bullets here in town? I don't remember that at all. And I clicked on it. It's the British Basketball
Now,
League.
is Birmingham, Alabama internationally taking over Birmingham, England? Because I'll never forget as a kid when I went to the beach, multiple times I had people ask me when I would say I was from Birmingham. I guess this is before Birmingham really invaded the Gulf Coast. I had people ask me if I was from Birmingham, England. I guess it was because of my great accent.
Like, you didn't call it Birmingham, though. I mean, that's what they call it, right? Is Birmingham?
I guess.
How many people live in Birmingham?
More than live in Birmingham.
The population is 1.4 million. Now, the Birmingham, their urban population is 2.9. So, yeah, that's, or their metro is 4.3. So, that's much bigger. So, the Birmingham, England is bigger than the Birmingham, Alabama. So, which one do you think is more internationally known? I would say Birmingham, England.
Got to be.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Kerry tells us there it's the second biggest city in Great Britain behind London.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think more people would say Birmingham. But, I mean, like if you, and yes, NH3425 says it was established first. Birmingham was. I would agree. I think most people nationwide now, when they hear you talk, Lance, I think they're probably going to realize you're from the Birmingham, Alabama.
Yeah, I would think so, too. Again, this is when I was a young kid, and it was other young kids on the beach.
Daniel says also Birmingham, England has multiple Premier League teams. They do. Joey points out we got the better barbecue, which we do. Now, I've never had their barbecue.
I don't think they have barbecue. I was talking to somebody the other day from L.A., and I said that's the one thing that you can't get in L.A. is good barbecue. They've got the Korean barbecue, which I've actually never had, and there's a joint on Valleydale that has a Korean barbecue. Have you ever had it?
I've never had Korean barbecue. Now, I've had wait. I've had Korean barbecue, but a lot of times when you go to a Korean barbecue restaurant, that's one of those places where you cook right there on the table. That's what they call Korean barbecue. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I thought it was
it's got the eye that comes on.
See, I thought it was more of some Korean spices possibly in it. I didn't know that.
Yeah, well, I mean, now that's I think there's both though. Like I've had what is considered Korean barbecue, and it is a little bit spicier. I like it, but I think some restaurants, when it says Korean barbecue, it's not like a barbecue restaurant. They're talking about the table being a barbecue, if that makes sense.
You know what?
Like there's an eye on the table, and you cook your own food.
I went to our friends at Taco Mama last night for dinner. I took Jack and Jace. And we decided going in that we were going to mix it up and not get some of our go-tos. Because I have like 2 or 3 go-tos when I go to Taco Mama. Now, I did get one of the spicy jalapeno margaritas, which I'm always going to get. But I decided to go.
Was this last night?
Yeah.
I was in there last night, too.
Oh, they told me.
Oh, did they?
Yeah. They said, you just missed Brownie and his daughter. I went with the redneck tacos.
Yeah.
So
I had one last night.
Really?
That's so weird. I love their redneck taco.
Shredded barbecue with that incredible sauce, pickles, and then the anche chili sauce, slaw.
Yeah.
Oh, they were fantastic.
You know what I learned last night? I never knew this about
And
Taco
I'll go
Mama.
back with those.
Yeah, they're very good, dude. Because sometimes I get the Q burrito, which is the burrito version of the redneck taco.
Yeah, it's the Q burrito to me is a little. It's
a lot.
It's big, and then you got to be really careful folding down the full. You got to eat it because you don't want to take a bite of the full.
Yep,
if you take too much out, it'll bust up.
Yeah. What I learned last night, I never knew this. I've been going to Taco Mama for years. You can mix and match the tacos in their plates. Did you know that?
Kim told me that last night.
She told me too. Maybe it's a new policy. Yeah. So I did it last night.
See, and I didn't because I was so sold on just trying these redneck tacos.
I got one of the cheesy beef and one of the redneck tacos.
I usually get the cheesy beef, but you're not going to like this. I 86 the beef and add chorizo beans.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. So you basically want a bean taco.
Oh, it's so good though. But that jalapeno margarita, I mean, boy, I wish we could get some of those in studio today. I really do.
I mean, it's only 10:18.
Well, I mean, I want
we
one
got a couple hours.
in honor of Joe Exotic.
Yes, he would love a spicy margarita.
I might just start my Bud Light early today for him.
Whatever. I mean, we're the boss, man. But we've floated both taps back there.
Yeah, the Stella Tap and the Wicked Weed are out.
Yeah.
I was supposed to pick those up this week. I've just been a little hectic. I was going to buy Tyler lunch to go get the kegs. Have we sent you to get kegs yet?
No, I haven't gotten kegs yet.
Oh, yet. I like the way you used the word yet.
You DoorDash, so you can pick up kegs, couldn't you?
Yeah, I could do it.
Yeah, I'll get you a couple of redneck tacos.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Tyler's in. We'll work for food. Hey, don't forget NASCAR is coming to Talladega Superspeedway. It all starts today with a big one on the Boulevard. That is tonight. Doubleheader of racing tomorrow. Cole Swindell in concert. And then the Sunday race, the Geico 500, is right there at Talladega Superspeedway. You can enhance your race weekend by adding the Garage Pass. It is the most immersive in NASCAR. That Garage experience presented by Cool Ray. You can see more at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or call 877-GO-TO-DEGA, 877-GO-TO-DEGA or TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. I look past Lance, and there are 3 people just itching to get in the studio here to tell us something. I have no idea what this is going to be.
Oh, wow. What is going on?
I do not know.
Well, let's take it to break.
So we're going to go to break and find out. When Joe Exotic's coming on in 40 minutes, and we got people itching to get in, I have no idea what to expect. That is next on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game, or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
April showers bring May flowers, but they also bring flood damage to your home or business. If that happens to you, Dry Tech is ready to help. Call Dry Tech first, not the insurance company. Dry Tech responds quickly and has 5 crews ready to work for you. Remember the Dry Tech number, 205-637-0143, or online at mydrytech.com. Remember, Dry Tech goes to work for you, not the insurance company. So if you have flood or fire damage to your home or business, call Dry Tech immediately. 205-637-0143.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Let me introduce you to the new line of Red Wing athletic work shoes. This great new line is perfect for the industrial athlete, the guy who is working on concrete or running through the warehouse all day long. Red Wing Athletics use the same technology found in a running shoe, with soft mesh uppers, a lightweight aluminum toe for protection, and non-slip soles. This shoe is a winner. This comfortable new line of safety shoes are perfect for warehousing and light manufacturing. Plus, the colors look great. Stop by your local Red Wing shoe store, have your feet measured, and test drive a new pair of Red Wing athletic work shoes. All right, so here's what they wanted to talk to us about in the break. We've apparently stumbled into controversy here with Joe Exotic.
I love this.
Yeah,
I mean, should we say this on the front end? Because I don't know if we want his people to get a hold of this. I think we should probably let this lie.
Okay. I didn't think about that.
Does that make sense?
We'll talk about it around 11:20.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right at 11:20.
There is controversy that involves Joe Exotic, so we'll discuss that a little bit later on. Let's listen to Joe first before we get into the controversy. That's a good idea, Lance. I didn't think about that. Joe Exotic coming up in about 40 minutes. Controversy surrounds that guy, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I mean, he's a controversial character.
Yeah. I mean, if you've watched
normally
the
when
show,
you're in prison,
if you've watched the show, there are a lot of parts and people that I would say that I don't know. The Tiger King made a lot of enemies.
Yeah. I would say that. So we'll see how it goes. But it's it's interesting. So we were updated on that in the break. Blakely's Bouquets is going to bring you the Joe Exotic interview coming up in about 40 minutes, and we'll reevaluate. We'll circle the wagons and reevaluate after that, after 11 o'clock. Lance Michelson, Laser Vision. That's a look ahead to what is coming up in the 11 o'clock hour, a packed hour with Joe Exotic, Trash, and John Parker Wilson talking Alabama's A-Day.
Yeah, 969-8100. I love to throw that number out. Again, it was one of the best decisions I made was going to see Dr. Mark Michelson because I had to wear the contacts each and every night. There was a lot of nights I wouldn't even take them out. So bad for the eyes. I was wasting money on contacts and solution every single year. I finally went in 2 decades ago to see Dr. Mark Michelson, got the procedure done. It only took 12 minutes for both eyes. I now have 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent to you. You've got zero to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. For more information, you can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Pretty certain I know how you'll answer this, but just your gut reaction. End of the season, the best SEC quarterback will have been...
At the end of the season?
At the end of the upcoming season. You will look back on it and say, I'll tell you, the best SEC quarterback was... I thought
Jaden
you would
Daniels.
answer. Yeah, I thought you would answer quicker than that. Did you have to think about it?
Well, I'm just thinking about some, like, number-wise. Like, I think your first-team quarterback will end up being Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
Very interested to see what Beck does, if Beck is the guy at Georgia, and whoever the guy is at Alabama. Now, we've got till April 30th for this transfer portal, and any quarterback outside of the SEC could still end up at Alabama.
That is true. I mean, Tyler Van Dyke, there was a lot of talk, a lot of smoke about that yesterday. Actually coming from the Miami end, Canesports.com, which is the On3 site that covers Miami, was reporting that there were, which this makes no sense to me because the reports, Lance, are, and I'll get back to this best quarterback in the SEC, but the reports with Tyler Van Dyke are that he's upset with the NIL situation, which I thought was Miami's strength right now. I thought this John Ruiz guy was throwing money around like it was Halloween candy.
Well, I think what has happened is I think Tyler Van Dyke maybe has gotten a little sideways with someone down there. Again, the way he played down the stretch his freshman year, he played like a guy that would be a first-round selection ultimately in the NFL. And I still think he's got that ability and that opportunity. But the way he played last year was really inconsistent, battled some injuries. Change of scenery would not be bad for Van Dyke. And if he was to come to Alabama, then maybe I changed my thinking on that a little bit. Again, I don't know what Alabama's going to have at the wide receiver position.
Yeah. I mean, there seems to be.
But if he does transfer, he will be your starting quarterback.
Now Kerry says, look into the financial health of John Ruiz's company. So maybe John Ruiz has written a check he can't cash. I don't know. But Lance, he got behind Jim Larinaga in that basketball program. He says he wants to do the same thing across the board. He wants football and basketball to be dominant. I don't know how long his money can hold out. But, that was what surprised me was that it appeared to be some frustration with NIL, and I thought that was Miami's strength right now was their NIL. All right, so, there's some smoke there. Like, if you had to guess right now, would you say 50-50 shot Van Dyke transfers to Alabama? It's just a total guess. 60-40?
I'll tell you this.
All right.
I would not go 50-50 on Van Dyke, although I did get a text about that last night.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that it is 60-40 Alabama gets a transfer guy in.
Yeah, I think I'd go with you on that.
Yeah.
Maybe even higher.
Yeah.
I think Alabama will.
And then of that 60-40, then I would go 50-50 that would be. So maybe I would go 50-50.
Yeah, well, I think, that's true. If it's 60-40, 50-50 is him. I think Alabama will be shoppers in the portal. Will they be buyers in the quarterback portal? I don't know, but you feel confident they'll be shoppers in the quarterback portal,
yes, I do.
Right?
Even if both quarterbacks have unbelievable spring games.
Both being Simpson and Milroe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think, as much as we banged on Lane Kiffin for doing this, it didn't seem like it made a whole lot of sense for him. It has worked for Lane Kiffin, and I don't know if you can have too many good quarterbacks. I don't know.
Well, I don't think you can have too many good quarterbacks. Yeah. I don't think you can keep too many good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
No, I would agree. I think you want a full quarterback room, right? A full quarterback room. So I think Tyler Van Dyke as a guy, which, there are reports, obviously, that he's going to stay. There are reports that he is going to leave. I don't know. We'll see if his head can be turned in the transfer portal. And maybe this was because I think it was the Miami Herald that reported he's staying, Lance. And it was the On3 site that reported he might be unhappy. And you don't know. That might have been an entire negotiation ploy. I mean, I'm unhappy with NIL. I'll start talking about maybe I'm going to transfer. And they're like, whoa, let's slow down. Because to your point, if you can get the Tyler Van Dyke of not this past season, but the season before, Miami can make some noise in the ACC. If you can get that guy. But last year, he was not that guy.
Well, and everybody thought he was going to be that guy last year, and that's why a lot of people, the trendy pick was Miami.
Yeah. I do think there was some I think there's some Alabama interest in a transfer quarterback. I don't know if there was interest in Tyler Van Dyke, but I think Tyler Van Dyke might have played the A versus B game and got a raise out of this deal.
I can see that raise.
Too. So we'll see. We'll see if anything comes of Tyler Van Dyke. Now back to the best quarterback. Lance paused for a second, and then he gave me Jaden Daniels, which is not an uncommon answer. That Jaden Daniels will be the best quarterback at the end of the year. He's grown a lot. Here is his head coach Brian Kelly talking about the growth of the LSU quarterback.
What kind of strides have you seen him make in both body structure-wise, but then also?
Yeah, I mean, he's over 210 pounds. He's thicker. He's stronger. This is much more about veteran presence now than acclimating to a new program. I think that's really the difference here. So now you've got a guy that's helping the freshman tight ends, listen, sit down on this route. Don't drag. Sit down. I'll get you the football. Those kind of nuances. So it's harder sometimes to explain it, but you can kind of sense it and see it just by his interactions with, Malik in terms of where he wants the football and, how he is just addressing the offensive line when he's making calls. There's just a different presence to him.
All right, so he technically was 11th in the conference last year in yards per game, 208.1. You expect that number to increase?
I do. And again, Jaden Daniels is one of those guys. We talked to Matt Wyatt,
right,
who covers obviously Mississippi State football, is their color analyst on their broadcast. He thought about Jaden Daniels at times seemed like the fastest guy on the field. Watching Jaden Daniels, I remember the one thing that really stood out to me his freshman year at Arizona State was how thin he was, how frail he looked. He had some of the skinniest arms I've ever seen. He's always been 6'3", but back then he looked 170 pounds. They listed him at 200 pounds last year. He wasn't 200 pounds.
No.
He was probably 190. If he legitimately is up to 210 pounds.
And hasn't lost speed because of it.
Yeah, and has not lost speed. He has got a ton of confidence, and you saw the confidence grow throughout the season. So I think Jaden Daniels not only can be an elite quarterback at this level, I think he is a guy that one day can be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
So I expect he actually threw the ball, and this is maybe a little bit surprising. He had more pass attempts than Bryce Young. Now, he played 2 more games, but he had 8 more pass attempts than Bryce Young because Young missed that one game due to injury. But in 14 games, and you tell me, I don't think his completion percentage can go up much. He was 68.6%.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
That's really good.
But I think every other number, you just said yards per game, 208 per game, I think goes up for him. 17 touchdowns. You would expect he throws more than 17 touchdowns.
Yeah.
3 interceptions. I actually think that number will go up too. I mean, I think if he's throwing a little bit more, he's probably going to throw more interceptions.
Probably, but that's good ball protection.
Fantastic. He was 17-3, and that's different than what he was doing at Arizona State. And then he only threw for 2,900 yards. I expect him to be a 3,000-yard plus passer, obviously. So I think basically all his numbers except completion percentage are going up this year.
Yeah, I would agree. So with the original question, Jaden Daniels is going to ultimately be the best quarterback this year in the SEC. Other guys, Carson Beck is that guy that I mentioned, either one of Alabama's or maybe even a transfer for Alabama. KJ Jefferson could be that guy. Joe Milton could be that guy in Heupel's system.
I mean, Heupel's system is very quarterback friendly. Milton is a guy that's everybody knows has got that strong arm. Can he dial it back, come off the fastball some?
I didn't even mention Will Rogers or Jackson Dart.
You did not.
If those teams are surprise teams. Don't think Auburn's got that guy right now.
Well, and then there's some talk about a guy with Auburn. I want to pick your brain on this guy. There is a quarterback in the transfer portal that I've seen some Auburn fans say, "Hey, can we kick the tires on this guy?" That's after I tell you. Speaking of kicking tires, Johnston RV Center, they've got a clean sweep RV sales event going on in the month of April, which is basically eliminating all the 2022s that they have left. They've got some Coachman Prism, some Sunseeker motorhomes that are available at deep discounts right now. And anything you buy that is new or used under 2 years is a lifetime warranty comes with it right there at Johnston RV Center. Johnston RV Center, I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. They are always online at johnstonrvcenter.com. That is johnstonrvcenter.com. Assuming Ben Bryant of Cincinnati, I don't know how much you got to watch him last year. All right, but assuming he stays in the portal, I've seen some Auburn fans that are like, I'd like to kick the tires on this guy. And maybe Alabama fans, too. I don't know. I don't know how much Alabama fans have considered going to the portal. Hugh Freeze has been open about the fact that he's portal shopping for quarterback. Nick Saban really has not.
Well, look, Ben Bryant is a guy that didn't get all the starts last year for Luke Fickell because he was hurt. He got banged up, and Evan Prater was the kid that came in after him. And Ben Bryant was in a tough situation because he was coming in for Desmond Ridder, one of the best, if not the best quarterback in Cincinnati history. Ben Bryant is a guy that's got size. He's got a big arm. The numbers last year were decent. He's a guy that's got experience. He's definitely going to be an upgrade over what you've got right now.
Yeah. And he is a one-year guy. He's only got 1 year of eligibility left. He played a game as a freshman in 2018.
Now, here's the thing, though, about Bryant. He is not a guy he doesn't seem like a typical Hugh Freeze quarterback.
Right.
He is not a guy that's going to run the football at all.
Yeah, I was about to look at his rush.
At all.
Lance, he rushed for negative 118 yards last year. That's not great.
Yeah. So this is a non-traditional Hugh Freeze quarterback. He is a quarterback that's got a big arm. He's a much more accurate quarterback than anything you've got on campus, but he doesn't fit the mold of a Hugh Freeze quarterback.
In fact, the most rush yards, his best rush game, 3 carries, 8 yards against South Florida last year.
Yeah.
So you're right. This is a guy that is going to stand in the pocket and throw the football.
But again, he's not a bad quarterback. Got a lot of experience.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to look at what he did last year, he didn't play the last 2 games, as Lance mentioned, last year, but he did throw for 21 touchdowns, 7 picks, 2,700 yards in 10 starts. I mean, that's pretty good.
Well, yeah, and look, his best start probably in a 21-point win against Indiana. I mean, not a terrible opponent. He was 24 of 40, 354 yards, 4 touches, and only 1 pick.
Yeah. I think Hugh Freeze generally gets better play out of – I think he gets good play out of his quarterback. So I think maybe he could unlock something in Ben Bryant. You're right, though. I mean, those rush numbers scare you a little bit because that is not a typical Hugh Freeze guy. He's not going to run like Chad Kelly, Bo Wallace, Malik Willis. He's not going to run like any of those guys. He's not a Robbie Ashford that can run to save you. He's going to be stuck in the pocket a little bit more. So even though this guy's got numbers and he's a little bit of a known commodity, it might not be something that fits Hugh Freeze very much.
Well, I would love to see a list on potential guys that are really thinking about the portal quarterback-wise right now before April 30th. Because, behind the scenes, there's got to be a lot of these guys.
Yeah.
Last chance to make a move. Again, I look at in Tulane, there's a chance that they're going to be in the back end of the top 25 preseason. I don't think they're going to be able to replicate what they had last year.
There's been a lot of talk about him.
But if you had Michael Pratt that came in.
Yep. I mean, I've had some Auburn. I think Hoke on this show. I think Justin Hokanson has brought him up before, or we brought him up to Hoke, one of the two.
Yeah.
Because so many
Michael
people
Pratt would be fascinating.
Yeah, so many people were focused for so long on Grayson McCall. And I remember him talking about Michael Pratt. And
because Pratt is a guy that can run the football, too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's not Robbie Ashford, but he is a guy that is elusive enough. I would put him in the Joe Burrow category.
Right.
At LSU.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll give you an example. Let me pull this. So against USC, I didn't realize he had this little of attempts against SC. He was 8 of 17 throwing the football, 2 touchdowns, no picks. But he ran the ball 15 times for 83 yards. He had another game against Kansas State, a really good defense on the road, where he ran it 13 for 87 yards.
Wow.
So, he's got some skills running the football a little bit. And, again, he's an accomplished quarterback. Didn't turn the football over a lot last year.
Yeah. We've got some breaking news from the NFL. Why don't you tell them real quick about Bromberg's, then we'll hit the breaking news before we get to break. And it's going to be a familiar-sounding story to many people in our audience.
Yes, Bromberg's family-owned and operated since 1836. They are your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, get into one of those great locations. See the diamond specialist, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online, brombergs.com. And also remember, Bromberg's, they are thrilled to be the official dealer of Oris right here in Birmingham. They want to introduce another fine timekeeping brand to the Birmingham community. Oris, founded in the Swiss town of Holstein back in 1904. Today, Oris, one of the small handful of Swiss watch brands that makes only mechanical watches. A mechanical watch, think of beauty designed according to the principles that have been around for generations, will continue long into the future. Oris watch is an item built to last, provide a lifetime of enjoyment. See them for yourself at the Summit location or online, specifically brombergs.com/watches/Oris.
This was first reported by Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet of the NFL Network. It has now been confirmed by a release from the National Football League. Just, Rockstar, as we start thinking your Lions might have turned the corner.
Yeah, I'm hearing about this.
Just as we think the Lions have turned the corner.
They're turning another corner.
They've turned another corner. Quintez Cephas, C.J. Moore of the Detroit Lions have been suspended indefinitely, at least through the conclusion of the 2023 season. And now I'm seeing that the Lions may have released them altogether, Rockstar, for betting on NFL games during the 2022 season.
I don't get this.
Yep. It's going to take you one step further. Stanley Berryhill and Jameson Williams of the Lions are suspended the first 6 regular season games of 2023, but they are eligible to participate in the offseason, and they can come back in the season. This is all because of gambling. To Lance's point, you literally, as Scott shows you the tweet from Ian Rappaport, you literally had a really good receiver sitting out the entire year last year because he got caught gambling on games. How do you also gamble on games at that point?
It's not going to happen to me. I'm discreet.
Yeah, but why would you even want to gamble? Like, you're making a lot of money. I mean, look, I know there's multimillionaires. I mean, I know a guy in this community that's, I don't know, worth $100 million that loves to gamble. But I don't know how you have time in the NFL unless you're sitting around on a Monday night and you want to gamble on football. Why not gamble on something else? There is a million different things to gamble on.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a crazy story to think about. Now, I hate that it's tied up Jameson Williams, a guy that was limited already in his rookie year because of injury, and now he's going to miss the first 6 games of his second year because of gambling. I'm with you, Lance. It just really makes no sense whatsoever. Gambling on NFL games. Now, the league they very, very quickly said that no inside information was used on that game or the game has been compromised in any way. Now, the reports on Jameson Williams are that he was gambling not necessarily on NFL games, but gambling from the facility, which is also illegal. Did I read that right, Lunsford? Because I'm reading this in real time.
Quintez Cephas and C.J. Moore were suspended for gambling on NFL games.
NFL games.
That's why they're done for the entire season.
And Shaka Toney of the Commanders. Shaka Toney was the other one.
Jameson Williams, Stanley Berryhill, they were betting on non-NFL games, but in the NFL, they prohibit you from doing any form of gambling in the club or league facility or venue, including the practice facility. So basically, he was like doing it on his phone on non-NFL games, and they suspended him for 6 games.
Which is why he's only getting the 6 games.
And
but
we
he was
only
not
got
betting on the NFL.
Yeah, not betting on the NFL.
We only got to see him in the back half of the season last year, and that was going to be Amon-Ra St. Brown was great last year.
Awesome.
Yeah. But that deep threat for Detroit, the guy that could take the top off the defense was Jameson Williams, and I was excited to see him for a full 17 games.
Yeah. Well, you're not going to now.
Nope.
Unfortunately, gambling from an NFL facility, I'm assuming that's a known enough rules violation that these guys realized that they were doing something wrong. I would hope so. I would hope it is known enough that you can't do that. So there you go. Several NFL suspensions now, including Jameson Williams, the former Alabama wide receiver. All right, when we come back, 4 downs. You got 4 downs ready, Lance? Can we do it? When we come back, 4 downs, and we're about 15 minutes away from Joe Exotic, presented by Blakely's Bouquets here on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call waynes.com.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with a Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
All right, we continue on the next round. Just about to do 4 downs. Jeff says what a lot of people will say. He says this in our Twitter feed at Next Round Live. You can follow us on all social media at Next Round Live. And this is something the NFL has to answer, kind of hypocritical of the NFL because they are sponsored by gambling sites. And Lance, the NFL has certainly embraced the gambling side of things. And I think if the NFL was being honest, they want you to be betting on their games from work. Yet they have this policy in place that their players cannot do it from the facility. And it's a known policy, but still, there does feel like an element of hypocrisy in there.
It does, but at the same time, the integrity of the game, and I don't think, again, these guys are making so much money right now. There's no way you can get down amounts of money that would justify you actually throwing a game. But I still don't think they want the public believing there is an opportunity for there to be that gray area in there.
And I guess I get it. But, I mean, did you see any issue? If gambling is legal where these players are, do you see any issue of them doing it from the team facility? I mean, I understand that they want to separate themselves because the integrity of the game is important. But if they are not gambling on an NFL game, but they are gambling from the facility, that's
stupid.
I just don't see. I mean, it's dumb for the players to do it, knowing that it's a rules violation. I get that. I just don't see it as some sort of step over a line.
Yeah, and
anywhere.
I'm a little surprised Players Association. I mean, I don't know how many of these guys are actually calling in NBA bets, but if this becomes this type of a problem where guys are losing, full paychecks for, 4 to 6 weeks, I could see the Players Association next time we've got a CBA step in and they revise that. We understand you can't gamble on the NFL, but
at the team facility, I can't gamble on an NBA game.
Yeah,
in a state where it's legal.
And I would say more. This is probably guys gambling on college games.
Probably. I mean, I would not be surprised. But if you just missed it, Jamison Williams, among other players, that is out for at least 6 weeks or 6 NFL games because he was gambling on non-NFL games from an NFL facility. All right, let's do 4 Downs. It's going to be presented today by our friends at Precision Sports. They are getting guys back on the field that are not out for gambling suspensions. They're just out because of injuries.
Absolutely, Brown. Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics. Remember the number, 205-512-3885. The website, precisionsportsortho.com/2023. Maybe you tweak that shoulder, putting up some stuff in the attic, injured the elbow shooting hoops in the backyard with little man, or maybe you're finding pain in your knees just getting up from the couch at halftime. Let this be the year Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care better together. Find your provider today. Again, call 205-512-3885 or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
First down.
Better chance at 10 wins in the next 3 years, Nebraska or Colorado. Obviously, Matt Rule taking over one, Deion Sanders taking over the other.
I'm going to go Colorado's in the easier of the two conferences. Nebraska's traditionally the better program, obviously. I'm going to go easier conference. Oh, man, this is a tough one, Lance. I'm inclined to go easier conference with USC and UCLA leaving and go Colorado.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go Colorado just because of the fact I do think Deion's going to bring a lot of talent in.
Yeah, he is. And with USC and UCLA leaving, that makes that an easier conference.
Much easier conference. You still got to, deal with Utah. You got to deal with Washington and Oregon. But I think there's going to be an opportunity. I mean, we saw Mike McIntyre win 10 games, 5 years ago?
Yeah. And, I mean, just to do it in the Big Ten anymore with what Michigan is now, what Ohio State is now, what Penn State is now, what you think Wisconsin will get back to being under Luke Fickell, add in USC with Lincoln Riley. I mean, getting to 10 wins there is becoming increasingly more difficult by the day. So, yeah, I think I would have to go with Colorado in that one.
Second down.
What would surprise you more this fall? LSU going 12-0 or Georgia going 10-2?
Probably LSU going 12-0. They have got to play at Alabama. It's going to be a tough one for them to win. Florida State's no layup, and I mean I think you said they're probably going to be a pick'em in that game, right, against Florida State?
Yeah.
So I think them going. I mean 10-2. Find me 2 Georgia losses, man.
That's why
if you find one, okay, I'll buy it.
That's why I think Georgia going 10-2 would be more surprising.
Well, yeah, I guess that's I guess more likely was the way I played it.
Yeah, I mean Alabama loses to LSU. I remember if LSU finds a way to win at Tuscaloosa, I could see them going 12-0. Georgia, you can't find. It's so difficult to find one loss. Again, I bet Dunaway and lost this last year. I'm going to double down this year. I'm going to bet it again because it's so difficult to go undefeated the regular season in the SEC, even if you're playing Georgia's schedule. They find one this year. I don't think they find 2. It would almost be shocking if they had 2 losses. So I would agree with you. Georgia going 10-2 would be more surprising than LSU going 12-0.
Patrick says in the chat room that FSU-LSU game isn't getting the hype it deserves. That's going to be such a good game. I agree completely. I mean, it went down to the final play on 2 teams last year we thought were going to be nothing. Both teams exceeded expectations. That was a fun game last year that we didn't think had any meaning at the time. I think that'll be a fantastic week one. It's going to be best game of week 1.
2 top 10 teams going into the season, and I think both teams will finish in the top 10 to end the season.
Yeah, I would be stunned if Georgia gets 2 losses, so I guess I'd go with that one, Rockstar.
Third down.
Tony Romo, 43 years old today.
Man,
ultimately, better career, Tony Romo or Dak Prescott?
So I count in the announcing. The announcing counts. The CBS. Yeah, I think I'll go Tony Romo then. I mean,
for Dak though, it's been so long, and Cowboy fans are so starved.
If he
is
gets
to
him to
win
the
a
Super Bowl,
championship,
yeah.
then I think this thing flips.
Oh, I think if he just takes him to the Super Bowl,
I would agree with you. Look, Tony Romo was a really good quarterback. I think he was an underrated quarterback. I think Dak's a little more talented than Tony Romo.
Right.
But based on Tony Romo, the gig he's got right now he doesn't have a sleep number gig.
No, he doesn't do the Desperate Housewives, the Real Housewives either.
I can't believe how well Dak sleeps at night. But
He's always hurt.
He's
always been doing.
I would say right now it's Tony Romo. Ultimately, it could be Dak, but I'll go Tony Romo right now.
4th down.
Okay, so we've got Joe Exotic coming up in mere minutes.
Right.
If I asked you the strangest presidential candidate of all time, Joe Exotic now or Roseanne Barr back in 2012?
Oh, I didn't remember Roseanne Barr ran.
She's like a peanut farmer, too?
Yeah. I mean, I think I'd go Joe Exotic. Roseanne was still at least out among the free, right?
Yeah, she was pretty out there, too.
She got kicked off her own show.
She was a former prostitute, too, wasn't she?
Whoa, Roseanne Barr?
I think that does ring a bell when she had a rough childhood.
Yeah, I think she was.
Yeah.
Yikes, I did not know that about her.
Yeah.
It's the first I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've never had we
should ask Tom.
We had her ex-husband on.
We've never had a former president that was a prostitute, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
I mean, Clinton had sex for free.
Yeah, I think if there was...
Well, maybe he paid for it.
I
guess he did pay for it, probably in spots.
Yeah, and so did President Trump.
Yeah.
All right, that is 4 downs. Today was brought to you by Precision Sports and Orthopedics. We don't have time. I'm going to get to the break a little bit early here, Rockstar, just to make sure we've got plenty of open time for Joe Exotic in case he does call early from the clink. Forrester, real quick. Forrester, Taylor has sent you this TJ Finley deal. Forrester was the first one to alert me to it.
And that can't be real, is it?
I don't know. Taylor has sent something else from TJ Finley. I think, and it's going to be a minute before we can get to this. It's probably going to be the noon hour before we can get to this. But TJ Finley, I don't know what is going on here. But there's something going on with TJ Finley. And I'm not sure what it is, but something's going on with TJ Finley.
Did we ultimately get the "I've been hacked" text?
I really don't know.
Tweet.
I really don't know, but we're going to check on TJ Finley, and we'll see what's going on with him at the 12 o'clock hour. We do have a lot to get to. Joe Exotic coming up. I do want to remind everyone that I, this morning, showered in my brand-new shower. No, settle down, Rockstar. I showered in my brand-new shower.
Picks.
And in my brand-new remodeled bathroom, thanks to A+ Tile and Home Remodeling. That is my guy, Brad Bell. Brad Bell set me right up with this amazing bathroom. My wife and I decided we wanted to get rid of our outdated bathroom and get a new bathroom. She scoured the internet. She looked for people. She read reviews. She talked to people. She picked Brad Bell, A+ Tile, Home Remodeling. He came out. He gave us an estimate. His estimate was fantastic. He even gave me a heads up that, like, hey, you see a lot of these one-day places where they come do a bathroom remodel in one day. A lot of times you're getting just a shower thrown over the existing shower, worse quality, and you're paying double for it. He transformed our bathroom to something we are very, very happy with in our master bath. He could do the same for you from Huntsville to Mobile, from Anniston to Tuscaloosa. Don't buy into these one day. We'll come in, we'll do it quick. Get somebody you can trust. My man Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Here is his number, 205-422-1758. That is 205-422-1758. If you miss it, reach out to me. I'll gladly give it to you. Brad Bell, A+ Tile Home Remodeling. Joe Exotic, you've waited for him. He's next.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, Joe Exotic coming up in a few minutes this hour, presented by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. You can go find them right there in Alabaster near Thompson High School, where the great Jim Dunaway once roamed the baseball field. From those great po' boys to the Mississippi Delta tamales that we love, the great desserts, but of course the chicken, best chicken you'll find anywhere. Right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, they bring you this hour of the next round. Let's waste no time, get right to the phones. You saw him on Tiger King. He is now a presidential candidate. Joe Exotic joins us on the show on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Joe. How are you today?
Good morning, guys.
By the way, I've seen conflicting reports. Where are you incarcerated right now? Where are you calling us from?
I'm in Fort Worth Medical Center in Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay, because I know you had some health issues. How are you doing with that right now?
Well, I went to Butner, North Carolina for cancer treatment and was there for a year, and I got it in remission, and now they're got me in line to get a biopsy for my bladder because they're worried that it spread to my bladder.
Oh, I'm very sorry to hear that. I hope that turns out okay for you.
Yeah. Hey, so Joe, obviously everybody knows you from, what exploded during the pandemic in 2020, the Tiger King. But now, and look, and you've always dabbled your toe in politics, but now you want to take it to the next level. And I just started following you guys last night on social media, and you guys are all in on this 2024 election. My question to you would be, this seems like one of the most difficult jobs in the world. It seems like a pain in the ass. Why would you want to be president?
Well, it's time that a normal working person that knows exactly what's going on out here has a voice and knows how to fix it. And I'm not ashamed to say what most of the working people are thinking, but they're scared because of the repercussions and the fallback. And, They took my zoo. They took 55 years of hard work. My parents have both died during this mess. What else can they do to me? So I'm going to make them answer. If nothing else, I want to start the conversation for the American people to start asking some questions.
Yeah. Joe Exotic is with us from Tiger King. He is a presidential candidate. He's presented today by Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's Bouquets brings you Joe Exotic. So the natural question is, not a lot of guys that are incarcerated have run for president in our nation's history. Can you even be elected president as a convicted felon while in jail?
I can. And I'm actually the third person in history that's ever done this from federal prison. And if I was lucky enough to get elected, I could pardon myself the minute I was sworn in, and then I could hit the ground running.
So you got a plan. You got a plan already.
I do have a plan.
Yeah.
Well, that's pretty amazing. But here's the thing: you always see the president going to the ballot and casting his ballot, but as a convicted felon, you actually can't vote for yourself, though, right?
I cannot vote.
Yeah, that's tricky.
Isn't that ass backwards?
It really is. So you can be president, but you can't vote for president, huh?
You know why? You know why they don't let felons vote is because they know how fucked up this system is.
Yes.
Well, hey, let me ask you this, though, because I've always said, and look, I don't know if right now the administration can get much worse. But I've always said that one of the things that I would definitely, and I don't care who it is, and I don't care what party it is, but if somehow someone will make the Monday after Super Bowl a national holiday, I'll vote for them. Will you put this on your platform?
Hey, I'll consider that. I'm open for suggestions. I don't watch football myself, but hell, we got Juneteenth, we got Gay Day, we got everything else. We might as well have Super Bowl. We might as well have Super Bowl.
Interesting ones you picked out there. Joe Exotic is with us. You can follow him on Twitter at Joe_Exotic. He's a presidential candidate. You know him from Tiger King. He is presented by Blakely's Bouquets. Blakely's Bouquets brings you this interview. So you would run as an independent, though, right? You would not have a tie to either to the Democratic or Republican Party.
I ran in 2016 against Donald Trump the first time as an independent, and that's where I learned that politics is so crooked in this country. Because as an independent, you don't have access to the ballot, so you're basically wasting your time. And then I ran for governor as a libertarian, and they're just as crooked. Because if they don't want you to win, they changed the voting procedure to where independents can't vote for libertarians. So it's all rigged.
This call is from a federal prison.
This time, what I did was I threw my hat in the race as a Democrat. Okay, and let me explain to you and everybody why. Okay, because there's no one party that's ever going to get this right. We have 330 some odd million people in this country from every race, religion, creed there is, and we can't force the Republican views on all these people. We can't force the Democrat views on all these people. So the closest thing I could do was go into the Democrat race to face President Biden head on with what a mess he's got. And the promises he's made that he's not kept up, and have somebody that can change the system and stand in the middle, because I'm pro-choice. You have the right to do whatever you want with your own body, and I'm pro-Second Amendment. You have the right to bear arms and defend yourself. So I'm here to break the norm, and I had to do it as either a Democrat or Republican in order to get access to the ballot. So I chose the Democrat route because the Republicans want to pass too many laws on you, and I'm for breaking away from that.
How would you handle, since you're being incarcerated, how would you handle the debate? How would they let you access? Would they do it via Zoom? Because that would be an interesting, that would be must-see TV as well.
Well, that's what we have to come up and find out, because the last person that ran for office was in 1920, and they didn't have Zoom or any of that stuff going on then. At some point, since it is my constitutional right to do this, they're going to have to, you would think they would have to give me access to video debates. They give me access to the phone, to do interviews and have a platform. But to this day, the warden still is denying any kind of on-camera interviews.
Wow. The Tiger King, presidential candidate for 2024, Joe Exotic, joins us here on a Friday edition of The Next Round. Who would be your ideal running mate for VP?
I'm a wild card, and I'm actually considering even a wilder card to ask for my VP, and that would be Liz Cheney.
Interesting. So you've given this thought. So Liz Cheney, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Okay.
We just as well, if we're going to stir the pot, we'll stir it with a big spoon.
Have you spoken with Liz? Do you know if she's willing to run with you?
I have not been able to speak with Liz. I put that out there on social media here a while back, and I didn't get a response. But I'm for when you put something out there, you need to honor your word. And during the January 6th hearing, she said she would do anything she had to keep President Trump out of the Oval Office.
There you go.
That's her challenge, is if she wants to be a vice president for me, and let's do this.
Yeah, hold her to her word.
Yeah.
I don't want to get away from politics altogether, but, I did see all 8 parts of the series back in 2020. I watched a little bit last night just prepping for this interview, and the thing that really jumped out to me is how talented you are as a musician. And I just wanted to ask you personally, I Saw Tiger or Here Kitty Kitty, which one is your Hotel California?
Here Kitty Kitty.
I mean, do you ever sing it in prison?
I do a little bit, but Here Kitty Kitty is probably one of my favorite music videos and songs that I did.
And the inspiration was Carol Baskin, right?
It was. I investigated her since 2006 before any of this ever started. And to this day, you're never going to convince me that she did not feed tongue to the Tigers.
Yeah. I mean, would you open a presidential investigation on that, like a congressional investigation, if you get elected?
The first thing that I would do is have the feds investigate Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office for covering it up, and go from there. But there definitely needs to be search warrants and some cadaver dogs sent to that ground.
Yeah, Joe Exotic is with us, presented by Blakely's Bouquets, Blakely'sBouquets.com. In Birmingham, he is on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What would you say is like your linchpin foreign policy? Like if I ask you to sum up your foreign policy as president of the United States, you would base it on what?
We need to just cut them all off.
Cut who off?
But all of the foreign countries that we're going over there and we're fighting their wars and we're feeding their culture problems and we're doing everything. Meanwhile, we're not taking care of our own vets, our own homeless people. We're cutting our Social Security for our elderly that have paid in their whole lives. We've got to stop this funding. We sent almost $1 billion for gender identity to Pakistan. This has got to stop. We got to stop this. I believe that you can donate all you want to charities that take care of other culture problems, but tax dollars that are earned in America by Americans should be spent on Americans.
What is first off, I'd love to hear your campaign slogan. I think you've already said it. And also, you have an interesting look, and how do they let you do your upkeep when you're incarcerated? How do you keep the hair and everything? How's that going?
Other inmates cut my hair and do the old-fashioned way with lemon juice and go out and lay in the sun to keep it blonde.
That's awesome.
So they let you lay out in the sun? Like when you get yard time, you can just lay. How much yard time do you get in a day?
This call is from a federal prison.
People have no concept of where I'm really at. I'm in a medical center, which is basically like a college campus. There's no bars, there's no doors. I'm in a 2-man room, and outside we've got a half-a-mile track, a complete weight room, recreation room. The grounds are beautiful. So Carol thinks she's got me in a cage. The only difference is I can't walk across the street to Walmart.
What?
But if you wanted to bust out, if you wanted to go Shawshank style, that's really not hard to get out of this joint.
You'd have to crawl a 10-foot fence with some razor wire.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
we're not going to try that. We're gonna see if we can get this judge to wake the hell up.
Joe, isn't it ironic, though, that Carol, her life goal was to keep cats out of enclosures, but she actually put you behind bars?
Well, it's ironic that her idea and her goal was to keep cats from being in enclosures, but she closed my zoo down, and, she got possession of the property through my family, and she closed my zoo down, and she gave the cats all away to someone else, so she didn't have to pay to take care of them. And she destroyed my zoo, but she has tigers in cages in order to make her $14 million in assets. We just looked at her assets here a while back on her taxes, and she's got $14 million worth of assets, and she makes over $3 million a year on those tigers that she has in cages. So what the hell's the difference of what I was doing versus what she was doing?
Okay, if I was to bring up the names James Garretson and Jeff Lowe, what do those names mean to you?
Con artist. I don't know why the government is protecting them. They've all came forward and to my attorney and done video depositions and sworn under oath that everything was a lie and they made everything up. They turned over their cell phones. If you want, if your listeners want to do something interesting, go on YouTube, John Phillips, and look at all the tiger tails that he's put up. Those are straight videos and stuff off of their own cell phones they've turned over to my attorneys because they still can't be famous enough that they wanted to be famous, so they turned on the feds. And we have 416 phone recordings that they recorded the feds during the whole time they were setting me up, where the feds knew that they were perjuring themselves and they were lying. So why am I still here? I don't get it. Tiger King 2, I don't know if you watched Tiger King 2, but the hitman admitted that it was all a lie and the original plot was to kill me to start with, and I don't understand why I'm still here.
Well, you'll have Secret Service as president, though, so you wouldn't have to worry about that, right?
Well, let's hope.
Yeah, do you feel? What? How many votes do you feel like you've got right now? Like, do you feel like you could be 1%, 2%? What do you?
If we had to vote today, I bet I could pull in at least 5 to 8 million.
Wow.
That's a lot of people, Joe.
I will tell you, I don't know if you know these numbers. You probably do, but the gubernatorial primary in 2018, when you ran on the Libertarian Party, you only received 18% of the votes. In Oklahoma, only 664 votes. So I hope you have a better campaign manager, better funding.
I do. Hey, this thing is fixing to hang up on us because we got the last beat. But hey, I want to thank Blakely's Bouquets for giving.
We got it.
Well, you got it in.
We got it in.
You got the sponsor name. Always lead with the sponsor name, just in case you get cut off.
Well, I don't know how you guys feel about this. 2024 is a long way away. But,
it is, yeah.
But maybe this should be a monthly segment. Weekly might be much.
Yeah,
might be a lot.
Yeah. Especially in the summer. I think we could do this in the summer. He ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Chase P says it's funny you actually did a little bit of research on the original vote when he ran for Oklahoma governor. Was that what he ran?
Yeah, it's part of the series. I know you tapped out early.
I did tap out early, yeah.
5 to 8 million votes. That's still not going to get it done. But
probably not. He's going to need a few more than that. He's running against an incumbent. President Biden's going to run again. I did not know he was that Joe was going to run as a Democrat until today.
I got to say that he had a couple of good points that I agree with. We don't take care of our veterans.
Yeah,
we don't take care of our elderly.
I don't think his policy is that crazy across the board.
Yeah.
And in foreign policy, we got to get out of there.
We just got to cut all those people off.
We're there. We got to get out of there.
Just done with all those countries.
Yeah. Blakely's Bouquets brought you Joe Exotic, Blakely'sBouquets.com. That is Blakely'sBouquets.com. Mother's Day coming up, graduations, prom season, Blakely'sBouquets.com.
I guess it's time to drop this. And people that just are semi-familiar with Tiger King that watched, the guy that was Kenny Powers like on the jet ski coming in, one of the best visuals of the entire 8-part series, James Garretson, that I asked Joe Exotic about, he has called us. He has reached out And
he sent a Instagram audio message to Taylor, to Little T.
Yeah,
or
James
to the show, and Little T got it.
would like to be, and I think Jeff as well. Jeff Lowe has also reached out. I think they would like to be on the show. And look, it's Friday in April. I think that you talked about once we have a presidential nominee or presidential candidate on, we've got to give
equal time.
Equal time. So I think equal time to James and Jeff today.
So do you have what he just sent to Little T there,
I
Rockstar?
do. This is the recording received by Instagram.
Okay.
Hey there. My name is James Garretson from the Tiger King Show. I hear y'all having Joe Exotic on this morning. If you guys want me to rebuttal what he says because he's going to talk gibberish about me and others, if y'all want us to rebuttal that, we can do that. You know, he won't battle with us, or he won't, there's no call-ins or anything with him because he refuses to battle with us. But we would like to have the opportunity to defend ourselves, if that's okay.
I'm willing to do it.
Yeah. Man, I got nothing planned. We got John Parker Wilson on what time? 11:45?
11:45. So we could do 12 o'clock if Little T wants to see if
JP wants in on it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Let's talk 8A and let James Garretson defend himself. Now, so I guess we'll get Little T on that too.
Yeah.
I'm willing to have him on via Zoom too. We like the Zoom interviews better than we do the phone interviews.
Yeah, I would agree.
So if we can do a video hookup with him, I'm all about it. I don't care. Lunsford already has the shirt ready to go if we think we could sell this one. It's the next round shirt. This call is from a federal prison. Rockstar, what do you think?
I think it's great.
I like it.
I wanted a silhouette of a mullet.
Yeah, this call. Yeah,
he's working on it.
Yeah, he's upgrading the silhouette on the mullet.
No, and if he does get to the point where actually he is running with Liz Cheney, I think we might need to get those shirts out too, right?
Oh yeah. So Scott is showing you the current Lunsford shirt. Now he's going to try to upgrade this a little bit. This call is from a federal prison.
I love that shirt.
I do too. I think I'd wear the heck out of that.
It pops, doesn't it?
It does pop.
It really
black
does.
with a white, very simple. It just pops.
I mean, look, if you're an attention seeker, that's going to get a conversation going.
Yep. So yeah, we'll work on that one, and then I think Exotic Cheney 24. If we did that one, is that the way you would do it? Exotic Cheney 24.
Yeah, I think it is Make America Exotic Again, right?
Is that his slogan, Rockstar?
I thought it was enough of this shit.
Is that his slogan?
I thought that's what it was. I wanted him to say it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I got to go back.
He said
and hear some
Scott
of
said
that.
it's fix this shit. My
Okay,
bad.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Fix this shit. Hey man,
His campaign
I will
slogan.
tell you, he might get 5 to 8 million votes with that fix this shit.
Yeah. Anything's possible right now.
I'm done with all the foreign countries. Let's fix this shit.
Again, as somebody pointed out, like he can't really win the election, can he? As somebody pointed out, over the last 8 to 10 years, our expectations for our candidates for president have dropped considerably.
Well, wait, real quick. James Garretson is in our chat right now, and he said, I want on with you guys. You're scared of the truth. We're not.
No,
James,
come on.
You are going to come on at 12 o'clock. We are going to get this set up.
Yeah, well, let us send the same place you sent that voicemail. Send the Zoom link or send the email. We'll send you a link.
Yeah,
and we'll do
you're
it at
on.
noon Central Time.
Looking
That's
forward to it.
40 minutes from now. Noon Central Time. All right. That was a wild ride with Joe. My favorite is, I'm about to run out of time. I want to thank
Blakely's bouquets for their.
I'll tell you, he was never a DJ. Couldn't post it, could he?
Oh, my gosh. All right. LT, tell them about all these people that are watching from Tiger King. Who grew your hair back, man?
Oh, that's Dr. B. I mean, Dr. B would have had to do nothing with Joe Exotic.
Yeah, I think he
right?
just turns him around, sends him right back out the door.
I love
you.
it. Just a little. The inmates trim me up and just a little lemon in the hair.
Yeah, that's right.
Just lay out in the
So lay
sun.
out in the sun when it gets yard time.
Look, if you're not as fortunate as Joe Exotic and you start to thin out when you get a little older, Dr. Beckenstein is the name that everyone gave me. And when I reached out to Dr. B, went in to see my hair already 14% thicker. T3hair.net. Dr. B is offering the Sensus Transdermal Infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary as Dr. B can pinpoint delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316 or T3hair.net.
All right, so
Follow the
Oh, I'm sorry about that. That is on me. I should have given you the hand signals. Not used to having all this. Responsibility on me there, Tyler. John Parker Wilson talks Alabama A-Day coming up at 11:45. We do trash next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa of Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium.
Here we go.
As Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
You could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash during the Birmingham Racecourse Casino's Bronco and Bucks giveaway. Come play the latest, most exciting games around. With fun bonuses and big jackpots, you could win a Ford Bronco or your share of $25,000 cash. The more you visit, the more chances you have to win. Drawings May 5th and 6th at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older. Must be present to win.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on. Took a bite at a bad time, Rockstar. I'm going to go ahead and tell you in advance. Didn't know we were so close to being back. Got a mouthful of food is what I'm trying to tell you here.
It's okay.
I'm trying to get you a dental appointment right
I know. I'm falling apart in here. I still got to eat though, Lance. I think a tooth filling came out earlier, Rockstar.
You know, it happened to me.
That's painful.
I knocked an entire cap out when we were at Jack's like 3 or 4 years ago eating a Skittle.
No, those things can do it to you.
Yeah, those things can beat you too because those are, not that molar. You should have been eating a sugar baby. That'll get you right.
Oh, yeah. No, the Sugar Daddy's worse than the Sugar Baby.
Yes.
Great packaging, too. How do you want to look? Let's look at like it's just ran over by a steamroller.
Let's do yellow
Slap
wax.
a label on it.
Yellow wax. All right, so coming up, we'll talk more Alabama A-Day with John Parker Wilson. Scott, I hate to throw you a curveball here. Have you got that TJ Finley stuff? Can we do that right here? I know I said 12. I don't know what's going on with TJ Finley, Lance. Last night, TJ Finley tweets out, or is on Instagram, one of the two. I'm not sure which social media platform. They hated Jesus too. That was, you're looking at something TJ Finley sent there. They hated Jesus too. Now, TJ Finley's not the first person to send this. Boy, I'm always uncomfortable with this one, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what.
This is just one of those you don't touch. There's other. I can't even call this a meme.
Yeah.
but there's other directions you can go with this.
Yeah,
right?
I know you've probably got tough stuff going on in your life, but comparing to being nailed to the cross for the sins of the entire world, probably your situation is going to fall short of that one. If I had to guess, I don't know what you're going through in your life, but this seems like a tough comparison to me.
Yeah, I would agree.
Followed today, though, by TJ Finley sending out another message on social media that this is a photo of his car and someone had stolen said vehicle, and he's asking for help. If anybody sees this car on the interstate, call the cops. Someone stole my car.
That doesn't stand out at all, though. That's
every
every
day.
day.
Yep.
I see those cars every day.
Yeah. So TJ, unfortunately, somebody stole his car. Now, I believe there is a further update that TJ got the car back. So thankfully, TJ has gotten the car back here. I really don't know what's going on with TJ Finley.
Well, he's apparently got some NIL money.
That is true. He's got a very nice car.
Yeah.
Apparently, he's going through some difficult times that in his life he's comparing to the crucifixion of Christ. Some weird times with TJ Finley.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's going on. Scott has maintained we will not see TJ Finley in an Auburn uniform next season. Scott, you want to double down on that one right now? It feels like a good time to do it.
I'm pretty sure of that.
Yeah, it feels like a pretty good time for Scott to remind everyone of that prediction.
That's my lock.
Gotta be honest, I don't know what kind of feedback you guys are getting, but I've got some people that are saying they might vote for Joe Exotic.
Well, I'm going to need to see the rest of the field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got to know who all is. I mean, I think President Biden's going to run again. It appears Donald Trump's going to come back for another one. Looks like Ron DeSantis is going to run. I'm going to need to see everybody.
Yeah,
right.
I can't wait for
Biden
those
is day to
debates.
day.
Yeah, I mean, you just never know. Yeah, the debates. He said the warden will not let him Zoom.
Oh, I'm just talking just the normal debates.
Oh,
The warden won't let me.
All over the place, but Rusty in the Coke Zero chat room, he's right. Jesus would have already won the quarterback job.
Probably so. I think he would have made a fantastic quarterback. So, I mean, look, I hope TJ Finley's okay. It's just a weird series of tweets over the last couple days for him. But he got his car back. I mean, I do want to focus on the positive there. Hey, our friend Greg from Pell City, he was in the chat room there just a moment ago, keeping an eye on the interview with Joe Exotic. Listen, when Joe Exotic gets in the White House, Rockstar, and a storm comes through.
He's got to get those gutters capped.
No.
We're going to get the White House capped, and we're going to get Greg to take care of it.
Get that roof inspected.
Greg's got to come inspect that White House roof and make sure it's good. You don't want to live in a place that's got a crap roof, do you?
Oh, I could see him squatting on the roof at times.
I mean, I think Greg from Pell City, that's the first thing Joe Exotic's got to do is he's got to get him up to D.C. to get on that roof at the White House and inspect it. He's a respected roofing contractor in the industry. He's a good friend of ours. He's been doing it very, very long time, more than 20 years. You could trust Greg. I'm going to give you his number right here at 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531, just like Joe Exotic needs to do in the White House. Jump up on that roof, get that no-cost inspection, and see what Greg can do. And all you vets out there, he takes care of you. Pipe, jack boots, flashing gutters. He inspects those for free, make sure those things are going well, just to give back and take care of our veterans. Greg from Pell City, 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531.
I've got you hooked up, by the way.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah. With the filling coming out, man, that is...
I'm just trying to get you a time.
A lot of dentists, Rockstar, here's what I'm learning.
Yeah, not Friday. Friday, not a good day.
A lot of dentists like to punch out at noon on Fridays.
That's the interesting thing. Like, not even some of them don't even work on Fridays.
Yeah. So I don't know where you go on a Friday. I guess I know now where you go on a Friday if you got a situation.
Yeah, but riding up the elevator with two ladies this morning, and we were all going to separate floors, and we were talking on there, awesome, it's Friday. Everybody looks forward to the weekend, but the weekend never lasts long enough, and we need 3-day weekends. So I also believe in a Friday off.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a Friday off.
I'll talk to Joe.
Yeah.
He'll get it done for you. We got a gay day, whatever the hell
That's
that
what
meant.
he called it.
Well, I mean, he said that
one of his holidays.
He would consider the Monday after the Super Bowl being a national holiday.
That's getting your vote alone.
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
it?
He would. He would get my vote with that.
All right. Let's do trash. It is time now for one of our favorite segments of the day. It is Trash with LT. Hit it, Rockstar.
Other than 12 months of me with my shirt off or whatever I'm dressed up as, in a heartbeat, I'll eat those balls all day long.
I've been to a
wow.
Yeah.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything 2023 may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that their files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Now, according to Kate Smith, she is a Arlington, Virginia psychologist and color theorist.
Color theorist?
Yeah.
What does a color theorist do?
I'm going to tell you in a second. Owners of red iPhones are attention seekers.
Oh.
Now, she goes on to say, what does the color of your Apple iPhone say about you? Miss Smith offers some expert insights. I don't even know what color I've got. I think I've got silver.
I got a case on mine. I think mine's...
That's the biggest thing is people talk about wanting the amazing silver or whatever, then you put a case on it.
I got black.
I'm never
black.
really worried about it because I
black.
can't even get my case off.
Yellow. I didn't know there was a yellow. Lovers of this sunny shade are drawn to its uplifting associations and mood-boosting effect. Lavender.
Oh, yeah.
Which is kind of the new one of the go-tos, right? Not the lavender. Actually, it's a purple, right?
Yeah, well, lavender is purple. It's light purple,
Yeah, it's
right?
a light purple. But I think the purple on the new iPhones is one of the go-tos. But anyway, lavender, people who appreciate life's complexity are most attracted to the color, or pop culture influences could pull you towards purple. Now, red, people drawn to this fiery tint are outgoing attention seekers who place value in their strong opinions. Greens indicate intelligence and a community-focused mindset that the lighter versions hint at more empathy. Now, blue phone owners, according to Ms. Smith, are likely trustworthy or want to be seen as trustworthy. They may have quirks, especially they like to daydream a little bit. And then finally, black. Black, classic and classy. Black phone could confer self-assuredness or connoisseurship. It's a shade that signifies reserved strength.
Man, I tell you what, I got one of the best phone cases in the world.
I just picked a phone.
I cannot freaking get this phone case off.
Well, I went and got late in the new phone for maybe it was Christmas. I don't know. And they were like, all we've got in stock is blue. And I was like, I'll take it.
Don't care.
Hey, you're going to put a case over it.
Literally about to cover it.
Now,
and
they
apparently a case I'm going to have to cut off when I get ready to trade this phone in.
Not all people look best with clothes off. iPhone look best without cover.
I kind of agree. The cover just clunks it up.
The iPhone looks great without the cover, but then you roll the dice.
But then you break it, you're done.
One drop and it's over.
If I was a billionaire or even a multi-millionaire, I think I would carry my iPhone with no case.
The first thing I would do.
But I do drop it about 2 or 3 times a month.
I drop it all the time. And I'm telling you what, for some reason at North River, there was a weird gravitational pull.
Yeah.
We all dropped our phone like 10 times.
A bunch. This one out of Kennewick, Washington. Some parents of students at a middle school are outraged after video surfaced of a school assembly that gave the impression students and staff were kissing. Now, it happened during an event at the Desert Hills Middle School, according to an email sent to parents by the school district. Now, the assembly was held before students left for spring break. The video has been shared online nearly 1,000 times. It's been viewed by several thousand people. It shows students and staff running up to a table where a sheet of plastic glass separates the two groups. On the plastic glass are rows of whipped cream, and the object of the game is be the first team to successfully lick off all the whipped cream.
So now somebody had this idea. Now the visual you're going to get, the video is much worse, but the visual, how does this make it look?
Oh, it looks like they're making out.
Yes.
Yeah, so I didn't envision it this way. So they're only separated by the piece of glass, and they're both licking on both sides.
As fast as they can.
And it's teachers versus students?
Yes. Also looks like they're doing vertical lines of big lines of cocaine.
It really does, yeah. That was poorly thought out. Not sure who thought this one out, but they did a poor job thinking it out.
Arizona man was arrested for allegedly baptizing himself in a church fountain in the nude last week. Jeremiah Sykes, 20 years old, reportedly found naked in the fountain of One Life Church in Mesa. Now, according to court documents obtained by Fox 10 Phoenix, he was told to leave, but decided to stay, grabbed a blanket. Sykes was taken to a holding facility by police, charged with criminal trespass and indecent exposure. Police department told Fox News Digital Sykes refused to take a mugshot. While at the holding facility, Sykes allegedly assaulted 2 detention officers after punching one officer in the head. Suspect reportedly punched another who tried to intervene.
He's baptized.
I didn't know you could refuse the mugshot.
Yeah, I didn't either. Well, I guess we could have asked Joe about that.
Nick Nolte should have, right?
He should have. It's all he's known for now.
He was disheveled.
Yeah, I mean, he was. I also I don't think you can baptize yourself, Rockstar. There aren't a whole lot of hard and fast rules.
What if I did it butt naked in a fountain? See,
yeah,
I think I found a little slippery slope.
I don't know if it counts there. I don't really know the rules on that one, Lance. You would think I would, right? Going to church my whole life, Southern Baptist. I mean, we see a lot of baptisms. Normally, I see other people doing them in the actual baptistry, not the church fountain.
Yeah, I don't know.
Normally, clothing is involved, vast majority of times. Jesus himself was baptized by John the Baptist, Rockstar. So, I mean, I think that's probably a good starting point for how this is supposed to work.
Well, even people had Jesus baptized.
Well, that's according to TJ Finley, yes. Jesus was baptized by someone else.
I don't know about you guys. I over-order at times, especially when it's for other people. Like if I've got people over at the house, if I do a late-night DoorDash, which happens a lot in the fall.
A lot.
But this is next level. A McDonald's worker posted images of an order that seems almost impossible to fulfill. At Britton Curtis 23 posted clips to her TikTok of a massive 6,400 item order that she was forced to complete in 4 hours' time for a customer who often orders from their location with humongous requests. Now, the customer in question asked for 1,600 McChicken sandwiches.
That's a lot.
1,600 McDouble cheeseburgers and 3,200 cookies. Now, the TikToker in question intimated that the purchase was for a local prison. The total cost is $7,400. Now, for orders of that size, payment always rendered up front. That's pretty good. Prisoners got McDonald's, right?
Cold McDonald's, by the way, because I don't think it's going to be fresh by the time it gets to us.
Tyler does DoorDash. Tyler, what would you guess would a normal tip be on that delivery there? What would you be expecting?
Well,
I mean, that's got to be at least a few grand.
Oh, okay, a few grand. I like Tyler.
I mean, the total was $7,400. I mean, you're going to get at least 15%. At least you get $1,000, right?
Yeah, at least $1,000 out of that. That's a lot to deliver. You're going to need a truck, too.
Okay, we were talking Netflix, obviously, with Joe Exotic on the show earlier and Tiger King. Didn't know this was still a thing. You remember how Netflix started out?
Netflix started out sending you CDs in the mail, or DVDs, I should say, in the mail. Yep, DVDs in the mail.
And I thought it was one of the dumbest concepts ever.
Yeah, who in the world is going to do this, right?
Netflix signature red envelopes have finally reached their end. After 25 years of sending discs of movies and TV shows to people through the mail, Netflix discontinuing the DVD subscription business that started it all. The company announced in its Tuesday earnings report. They went on to say, quote, our goal has always been to provide the best service for our members, but as the DVD business continues to shrink, it's going to become increasingly hard. The company said in its earnings release, adding it has shipped more than 5 billion discs since its start. Now, people who still pay for the service have until September 29th to check out titles. Most recently, a subscription to get the DVDs by mail costs $9.99 a month for one disc at a time, and up to $19.99 for 3 at a time. Why in the hell would you not get a Netflix subscription?
Yeah, I don't understand.
There's old school people that don't understand that. They're just like, I want to pick a DVD, have it shipped to me in 2 days, and I'll send it back.
Very inefficient. And then I remember, was it Redbox was the next one where you could, that was kind of the spinoff from them?
Yeah, I see Redbox all the time, mostly when I'm at the beach.
Right.
And I still think there's a lot of people that use Redbox.
Really? See, I don't even have a DVD player.
I do. I think a lot of condos probably still do that.
Yeah. Now, I will say Daniel is right. DVD's much better audio. Because of what we do for a living, audio really, when it's bad, really, really bothers me.
Yeah, and I've got probably 300 DVDs at the house, so I still, like when I told you guys the 10 to 15 movies that I watched during the tonsil situation, a lot of that was DVD.
Yeah. It's better audio. There's no streaming audio is not great on movies.
No, especially no.
Yeah, it's not great on movies.
We have a updated story on that on Monday.
Oh, okay. I look forward to that. That is Trash Today, presented by Mortgage Right.
Yeah, buying a home, major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right, who do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit their locations, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
John Parker Wilson's going to join us on the other side of this break to talk more about Alabama's 8A game. If you missed the story earlier, former Alabama wide receiver Jamison Williams suspended for 6 games for violating the NFL's gambling policy. That violation was that he placed bets inside an NFL facility, not necessarily, though, bets on NFL games. There are several other players that are suspended indefinitely because they bet on NFL games. I think that brings the number of 4 guys, 4 NFL receivers, oddly, that have served an indefinite suspension because of betting on NFL games, which is incredible to think about, but is still happening there in the NFL. All right, don't forget NASCAR coming to Talladega this weekend. It all starts today with a big one on the Boulevard, and then a doubleheader of racing on Saturday. Cole Swindell also in concert. And then the Geico 500 on Sunday in Hampshire race weekend with that garage experience presented by Cool Ray, the most immersive in NASCAR. 877-GO-TO-DEGA. 877-GO-TO-DEGA to secure your spot. See more at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
Spring is here, and that means it's time to prepare for moving season. Let Holly Mack Wilson guide you and help get your home prepared to sell. Whether you are looking for the perfect home or need to sell yours, Holly Mack Wilson can do it all and can do it anywhere in Alabama. Call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or visit her website, hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your home prep expert. Holly Mack Wilson, a trusted anywhere in Alabama Keller Williams realtor you can always depend on.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
The month of March means many of you start your outdoor season in the Deep South. That means you're outside grilling, playing in the yard, and having a great time with your family. If you want that yard to look good and not be swatting mosquitoes the entire time you are in it, you need my friends at Wayne's. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Wayne's is celebrating their 50th anniversary, and that means you get $50 off each of your new services at Wayne's. The lawn care, the termite control, and the mosquito treatments, all $50 off. Call 866-WAYNES1 or visit callwaynes.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap's that patented aluminum cover system that fits over most existing gutters to keep out debris and eliminate that gutter cleaning. It's backed with a lifetime warranty, almost 20-year service record right here in Birmingham. Stay off that dangerous ladder forever. 45% off the retail price now if you call guttercapbirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Peanut butter and jelly, chicken and biscuits. Man, I love great combos, and you'll love our combo. It's the Bama and Bourbon Podcast. Yay, Alabama's Aaron Suttles is part of the Next Round family, and he joins LT weekly for the combo of Alabama sports and bourbon. Find a new bourbon to add to your collection and get all the inside information on Alabama football and Alabama basketball on the field or off the field, on the court or off the court. It's Bama and Bourbon with Aaron Suttles, only on the Next Round video and audio platforms.
All right, Alabama A-Day is coming up tomorrow. About to talk with John Parker Wilson about that. But a reminder, a little bit later on, Lance is going to send out a lock presented by Hemphill Services. I'm guessing maybe NBA playoffs on this one?
Free lock is going to be Major League Baseball, but I do have 2 playoff games up tonight.
2 playoff games from Lance, but a Major League Baseball. How are you doing in Major League Baseball? I haven't had a chance to ask you. Pretty good?
Yeah, it's been a good couple of months, actually.
Yeah. Well, when something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster has struck, and it could strike at any moment. We've all experienced it. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones that we trust on this show to fix it right the first time, and do it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090. That is 205-229-2090. John Parker Wilson, former Alabama quarterback, now Crimson Tide Sports Network analyst, is back with us on the show. JP, what is up, man? How are you?
Man, guys, I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Awesome. Thanks a lot. So Let's just. I always hear this from former players. You guys, especially as upperclassmen, did not like spring practice. Am I right about that? That was not fun as an upperclassman.
No, nobody likes spring practice.
Even the freshmen, huh?
No, I mean, I think the freshmen. You're especially the new guy, like these early enrollees. Like you get out here, and this is as cool as it gets. Like this is the coolest thing you've ever done in your life. You get a chance to go out and play for Alabama football now, so it is pretty exciting. But yeah, the older you get the fourth quarter and all the conditioning before. It's just it's a grind. It's a grind, and you get a little time off for summer, then you start it again, getting ready for fall camp.
So Saban was asked about it yesterday, JP. He said if you want a tablecloth, you want steak, you want a baked potato, you want a dessert, you got to win. Otherwise, paper plates, plastic forks, spoon, and beans. How many times were you beans? How many times were you steak?
I know I was steak at least once, but I do remember eating the beans there at Bryant Hall after the game. And a lot of these guys can go get some steaks these days, but it's a pride thing. You got the winners over on one side of the training table and the losers on the other side. So you really do want to go. You get a chance to go to compete and keep score. And it's different than just a normal practice because even for the scrimmages, you're not really keeping score. But this, you got a game, you got a clock, you got time, you got fans in the stadium, you got referees. So it's the closest thing you're going to get for a real football game for another 5 months. So you want to go out there and finish it off with a steak. Everybody loves a free steak, right?
Yes, absolutely. How much do you think we'll be able to judge? John Parker Wilson with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Everybody's going to be watching quarterback. When you don't have an established returning starter, that's what everybody wants to see in spring. How much do you think we'll be able to gauge maybe who even has an edge in this race off this game?
You can't. It's one practice out of 15. So sure, this is going to have more weight than the other practices. But I think when you look at, the quarterback or anybody's position for that matter, it's going to be the full body of work that's going on through all the scrimmages, the 8A game, and all the practices. I don't think we're going to know who the starter is. Even if somebody goes out and throws 7 touchdowns and 500 yards, this is going to continue to go into summer and into training camp like it normally does and like it should. But I think you can go out there and you're looking at are we going to the right place with the ball at the right time. You can look at reads and timing and pocket presence, and I think you can look at demeanor too. We've been really fortunate at Alabama to have quarterbacks that as Coach Saban says, take the bull by the horns and the team rallies behind them. And I think that's what's probably the most important on Saturday is how do you handle it? You're in a game situation. You're trying to win. You're trying to move the ball down the field. How do you perform when people are watching you, when the coaches are on the sideline? And it's a high-stress environment. So, I think we'll get a good gauge, but there's still a lot of work to be done between now and the first kickoff.
I don't even know if you have ever come across Tommy Rees, if you knew him. I know you know a lot of guys in the football world, or if you even had a chance to sit down and talk to him. But how excited are you to see what he can do with this offense?
No, I haven't had a chance to spend much time with him, but I'm excited because we're going to run the core of what Coach Saban has been doing, and it works, and we'll continue to change it each and every year. But you get a young guy in here. It seems like every player that you hear talk to the media, he's bringing a mentality to the football team. Whether we run it 100% of the time or we throw it 100% of the time, I like the mentality that he's got. It's kind of old school. We're going to be physical, and we might not run it as much as everybody thinks. But being physical is important. It really is. And as it kind of everything's gone to the pass happy, and we're going to throw it every play of the game. Being physical is still in the SEC. It's important. It's probably the most important thing. So, I think it helps our guys up front. It definitely helps our defensive line just with, I think, the physicality and just the fierce mentality that I think he's going to bring to the team. The kids talk about him being young and kind of connecting with him on a different level. So I think it's going to be exciting out there. I think they're going to fly around. I think they're going to have fun, and I think, his background at a big program, he's been at Notre Dame, and now you get a chance to come have some different toys to play with, right? You got some different people on the outside at Alabama than you do at Notre Dame. So he's probably thinking, I got a lot of weapons right now, and I just got to figure out what to do with them.
Hey, and JP, that physicality starts up front on that offensive line. We were talking about it earlier today. We really haven't seen a dominant offensive line since 2020, the last time Alabama won a national championship. And that was maybe the most underrated unit during Nick Saban's tenure here at Alabama. Everybody talked about secondary and linebackers and running backs and wide receivers, but the offensive line was something year in, year out that was very consistent. Last couple of years, you haven't gotten that. What do you expect from this year's unit? What do you expect to see tomorrow with it?
Yeah, 2020, that was, I think Landon Dickerson was at center. I can't remember exactly who everybody else was on that team, but, to me, that was a unit. I think they won the Joe Moore Award also. That was, and we passed the ball a ton. That was Mac Jones just airing it out all over the place. But they were physical. Like, when we needed a couple yards, you felt extremely confident they were going to get it. And just the way they I think, go about their business too. It's just like, you got to think that you're gonna. It's a boxing match out there every play, and you got to go knock the other guy out. And to me, that's kind of the mentality that offensive line had, and that's the way that the best offensive line has. You're not going to get to my quarterback, and when we want to run the ball, we're going to run it right down the middle and get as many yards as we want. And you got to be able to do both. You got to be able to throw the pass, but yeah, I think getting back to that type of just mindset of coming off the ball and just controlling the line of scrimmage, it makes the running game better, makes the passing game better, makes your defense better. It starts up front. It's such a cliche, but it's so true. You can't do much without a good offensive line.
John Parker Wilson, before you go, he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. I don't know if it's weird or not to see the guy that was the defensive coordinator when you were at Alabama coming back to be the defensive coordinator now, but you played for a team where Kevin Steele was a coordinator. What's he bring?
I think he's great. I think the players love him. I think he's smart. I think he connects with the guys really good. I think he's got a great attitude about him of just, going to work and we're going to do things the right way and we're going to get better every day. Kind of no nonsense, but I think does it the right way. And I think guys really feed off that. We had some really good defenses when I was there. 07 and 08. Everybody you talked to on the defensive side of the ball loved him. They really did. Loved the way he went about it. And I think, probably one of the biggest things is just his connectivity and experience with Coach Saban on that defensive side of the ball on, game planning and getting ready for it and then making adjustments in game. I think it's huge. I think it's a huge get for him to come back and, as many places he's been of letting him run the defense now. When I was there with him, everybody loved him. I think he's going to continue to do that.
All right. He is John Parker Wilson. You can follow him on Twitter at JPWilson14. Hear him on the Crimson Tide Sports Network throughout the season, including Saturday with the 8A game. JP, enjoy the golf today, buddy.
I will. Appreciate it, guys. We got A Club this afternoon. We got A Day tomorrow. We got flag football game. So we got a lot of activities, right? It's a fun time.
Are you playing quarterback in the flag football game?
I'm gonna be a spectator. I can't go out there and tear anything. I'll tear a hamstring or something.
Not worth it. I agree with you, friend.
Where's the 8A golf today?
It's out at Old Colony.
Okay.
Old Colony.
There you go. All right, we'll tear it up.
Stomping grounds. You should go out there, bucket of beers and some balls and let it rip.
We'll tear it up, man. We appreciate the time. Have a great weekend.
See you guys.
All right, buddy. John Parker Wilson, former Alabama quarterback, with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. This hour has been presented by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champy'schicken.com. The great chicken fingers, Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. They've got great desserts, amazing sides. You can have it all right there at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, champy'schicken.com. They're in Alabaster, champy'schicken.com. All right, so it is my understanding, I am told, Lance, from everybody that is handling all this, that this guy's coming on. I don't remember what's the fallout between Joe Exotic and this other fella.
Okay, so this other they were friends for years and years, and
James Garretson.
Yeah,
right?
James Garretson. They got sideways on something. Now James right now has a $94 million lawsuit against Joe Exotic.
Okay.
which I don't think he's going to be able to collect on that.
I mean, if he wins the presidency, I mean, in a sense, James needs to pull for him to be president.
With all that said, James is the guy allegedly that had brought in an FBI informant or an undercover FBI that posed as a hitman. And James was the guy that set up the hitman with Joe Exotic, that Joe Exotic thought he was going to pay to kill Carol Baskins. Now,
okay, all right.
This is all alleged.
Yeah, it's all alleged.
You know, we've got two sides to this story.
Right, and to be fair, Joe took some shots at him during the interview, so we're going to give James a chance to answer.
I think Joe's people are upset that we're giving James this opportunity.
You know, everybody's. Yeah, we're going to be fair here. There's
I think
a
you
lot
gotta
of
be.
a lot of hurt feelings on both sides.
He
of this.
said, she said.
That's right. So we'll do that when we return. We got a lot to get to in the last hour. Also, Rockstar in the lounge.
Yeah, I got to get a beer.
And Lance is getting a beer. My gosh, what a show on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Spring has sprung, and that means there's no shortage of things to do and places to explore. No matter what these upcoming months may have in store for you, be sure you're doing it in style. At New Balance Birmingham, we provide versatility, comfort, and function that all come together for a combination rivaled by no other shoe. Come find a shoe that fits your lifestyle at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Did you tweak your shoulder putting up Christmas decorations? Injure your elbow shooting hoops in the backyard? Or hurt your knees getting up from the couch at halftime? Let 2023 be the year precision sports medicine and orthopedics gets your life back on track. Orthopedic care is better together. Find your provider today. Call 205-512-3885. That's 205-512-3885. Or visit precisionsportsortho.com/2023.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_Outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, it may be one of the weirder shows we have ever done, but let's get weird in the last hour. Rockstar is going to be playing in the, what'd you just do? I got shot there. Huh? Do you have time to get a beer? I mean, we're back, but yeah. If you want one.
I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll keep him on ice. Yeah. I will tell you guys about the Indy Grand Prix of Alabama. Indy Grand Prix of Alabama coming back to Barber Motorsports Park. It is the Medical Properties Trust presents the Children's of Alabama Indy Grand Prix, powered by Amherst, April 28th through the 30th. You can accelerate your weekend, experience 3 days of racing featuring drivers from the iconic IndyCar series in the Barber Motorsports Park, recognized as the Augusta of racing. Enjoy the food trucks, interactive fan zone, Ferris wheel, kids corner, and more. Tickets are limited and selling fast. Kids 15 and under get in free. Get yours at IndyAlabama.com. That is IndyAlabama.com. All right, earlier in the show, in fact, about an hour ago, Joe Exotic called us from federal prison. He is running for president, and he kind of outlined his presidential campaign. During the course of that interview, Lance asked him about a couple of people, one of which is James Garretson, and Joe had some allegations about him, so we thought it was only fair in this political season to allow James on the show. He reached out and said he would like to come on, so he joins us now. You remember him from writing the Sea-Doo there in Tiger King, and he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, James. How are you?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me. Sorry about that little debacle in the chat room. My apologies.
It's okay.
This is a heated thing that's been going on between you and Joe for years. And look, and I got it backwards. Joe is the one that has filed a $94 million lawsuit on you, right?
I heard about it. I never seen it. They told me it was pretty much filed on jailhouse paper. It was a joke. The judge threw it out. I never physically seen it, but I heard about it.
So let me ask you this, and again, it's been a while since I've seen the entire series. I watched it during the pandemic like everyone else. How did you guys get sideways, and ultimately what led to you, if in fact this is true, of you bringing in an FBI informant that helped secure his conviction?
Well, I've known Joe for over 20 years, and he was doing some pretty raunchy things with animals. They were killing animals that didn't need to be killed, and they were selling skins and teeth, and they were doing some things that I was not cool with. So the feds brought this to my attention. I agreed to help, put the end to all the killing and stuff, and then it turned into this big murder for hire, Carol Baskin fiasco.
I understand you two are running for president. Am I correct in that?
Man, I just sent that over to you. I signed up. It was pretty much like a joke because I was like, well, if Joe can run from jail, then I think James Garretson can run. So I was playing around on the computer. It took me like 5 minutes to sign up. So, I'm going to withdraw it and all that stuff because I would never be elected. Joe would never be elected. It was a podcast that I did, and I wanted to show how easy it was to run for president. Really, there's no requirements other than being over 35 and being an American citizen. That's it.
I think we should have very few requirements to be able to run. I mean, I think anybody should be able to run.
Part of democracy, right?
Yeah.
Hey, so go ahead.
Then anybody should be able to vote.
No, I think we ought to limit the vote a little bit.
I do too. So you guys are friends forever. Did he ever tell you, man to man, friend to friend, I want Carol Baskin dead?
Oh, dozens of times. And he had always asked me, do you know somebody? And that's when all this whole thing took off. But Joe asked everybody to kill Carol. He just happened one day to ask the wrong person, and that's where he is.
Yeah. When is the last time you and he have spoken?
Before he got arrested.
Yeah.
Before he got he was on the run for a little while, and so before that, so probably I don't know. It's been almost 5.5 years or so.
Right.
But you guys, you guys met because you're in the big cat game too, right?
I was. Yeah, we all had exotic animals. I mean, we're all kind of crazy, obviously. Most people like pet dogs and cats. We like tigers and big animals that can kill us. So so we weren't friends. We knew each other. I never been out with them or anything like that. Nothing like that.
Yeah. What animal? I mean, how many animals do you have now?
I have a Labrador Retriever.
That's it? I mean, so you're out of the big animal game? You don't have any big animals?
Yeah, because doing Tiger King and stuff, everybody's a target, for the feds because they don't want any more private ownership. And the director of Tiger King made the film out to basically put an end to big cat ownership. So that's what it was motivated around.
So you described Joe before as, and I quote, the deep, dark, evil Joe.
Correct.
Yeah. And what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, I obtained a lot of his hard drives and personal Lacey drive that Joe basically recorded everything he ever did. I have all that footage. And we have a copy in Mexico too. So basically I was going through this footage and I seen a lot of evil things that I heard about, but never seen with my own eyes. I finally seen it with my own eyes and I'm kind of traumatized.
Did you attain it legally? You said you have the hard drive. Was it legally obtained?
Correct. Yeah, it was illegal. It was legally obtained.
Oh, okay. All right.
Legally.
Yeah, but important clarification. But the one in Mexico you've got there for safety purposes, is that right? Just in case they come after it?
Well, me and Jeff Lowe acquired this. We both have a copy.
Right.
How do you acquire it, though, legally?
I bought it from an individual.
Did they have it legally?
Yes, they did.
Okay.
So have you and Jeff, or Jeff, have you feared for your life because of Joe Exotic and how this whole situation has gone down?
I don't really fear for my life, but it's been 5 years of just harassment. He has these two ladies that are probably in the chat room that have no lives. They stay on his social media platforms all day and just nonstop bash us, make little video clips. I mean, it's been a disaster. And this whole Tiger King thing basically ruined everybody's life. Nothing good has come out of this. Really.
Well, outside of you on the jet ski, I mean, that's one of the best visuals we've ever seen, and I see it behind you. I mean,
I don't know if it was one of the prettiest scenes, but whatever. It was fun during COVID. It entertained people. I'm in the jet ski rental business, so.
Oh, so you were on jet skis a lot.
Yeah, I've been on jet skis since 2012, way before the Tiger King and all this other mess.
You talk about these two females that control Joe Exotic's social media right now, and I did notice because I followed last night, and they are posting a lot. They're very, very busy with the content they're throwing out. What kind of relationship do these two females have with Joe? Any idea?
Well, one of them is in the comments section. Her name's Tammy Springer. I seen her earlier. And there's another one named Amy Filati. Supposedly she's a successful businesswoman, but I don't understand how you can stay on his platforms all day, every day, respond to every text message, every post. I don't understand how they have so much time on their hands, and they just keep spewing the same garbage over and over again. Well, James did this. Jeff Lowe did this. We're not the ones in prison. Joe is. So what does bashing us how's that going to help Joe in any way? It's not. So that's why I acquired these drives, so I can fight back. We do have a website we're putting up. It's called Tiger Tales, and it's .mx. It's hosted out of Mexico. And this site, we're going to put up all the drama and all the allegations that we've ever made, so we can basically back up everything we say. And just be careful with your eyes when you watch this stuff.
Why do you have to host it out of Mexico? That seems like nobody knows what .mx is.
Well, they're going to have to learn because, these people sit there all day long and basically report our sites nonstop. I lost my TikTok page yesterday because they just keep reporting and reporting. Hopefully Mexico is not as liberal as it is here. So this stuff can be seen because we have a right to defend ourselves pretty much.
So you're doing it out of Mexico so it doesn't get shut down is why.
Basically, and Russia.
Oh, what is it in Russia? Is it diet?
Well, we haven't set. We're in the process of setting that site up, but I guess you have a little bit more freedom in a communist country. It's pretty sad.
James Garretson from
put
Tiger
that on
King.
a T-shirt.
Yeah, we're working on T-shirts. James Garretson joins us via Zoom here from Tiger King. We appreciate that. So Joe Exotic had stuck by this, and we asked him again, the Carol Baskin situation. I don't know what your relationship with Carol is, if you have one, if it's positive, if it's negative, but he continues to claim that he knows she fed her late husband to the Tigers. Do you believe that to be true?
I agree with that statement. That's the only things we agree on.
Okay.
Is Carol Baskin's involved in Don Lewis's disappearance.
Yeah.
And the sheriff is protecting her 100%.
And it would be easy as a big cat owner for decades to feed somebody to a tiger, right?
Man, the tigers will leave probably parts of the skull and stuff. I don't think that happened. I think he went into like a meat grinder or a wood chipper, and he might have been fed as ground beef.
Yeah, okay.
You know, but I don't see her throwing in a body. The tigers are going to play with it and drag it all around, rip limbs off of it and stuff. I think it was ground up before it was fed out.
It's more logical, yeah.
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
Have you ever been threatened by a tiger, though? Like being around big game animals like that? Did you ever, like, fear for your life?
I've been drug around a couple times and almost screwed up, but, you know, I have all my hands.
Yeah, both of them?
You know, I'm good. Both of them,
Did you ever have an employee? I mean, I know that was one of the big points where Joe Exotic was like, I'm never going to recover from this financially. When his girl lost an arm and amazingly continued to work for him. You ever have an employee lose a limb?
Okay, I personally haven't, but I've had one of my tigers that was boarded at another facility rip somebody's arm off. Yes. That's when you have these big animals, that's just, I mean, accidents happen.
Yeah.
Quite the accidents do happen.
That's an unfortunate one. So, I mean, I know a vote is a private thing. Do you plan on voting for Joe for president?
No. I'm Trump all the way.
Oh, okay.
Probably the least stunning thing about this interview. But he did make some decent points. I mean, I got to say, his policy is not entirely crazy.
Well, he has a lot of time on his hands, you know. That's all he has to do is just sit in there and basically have his bored housewives attack people, and that's all they do is post stuff. He writes some emails, they post stuff. I mean, that's all. He has plenty of time. I have to earn a living, so I don't have the time that Joe has or the housewives.
Okay, so if I'm processing this right, all you want as a resolution is for them to leave you alone.
Well, yes. I mean, I left them alone for about 2 years. I didn't say a word. I wanted to get the Tiger King stuff behind me, and I left them alone, but they just constantly attacked. And I didn't give my cell phones to this lawyer. He got them from my kid's mother under false pretenses. I never handed my phones. I have all the text messages that he was texting Jeff Lowe while he was trying to escape out of the Florida Keys with these phones before I could figure out what he did. So there was a whole story behind that. That's all going to be posted. His lawyer's trying to try his case and so on YouTube, which that's not where you try a case. He's a horrible lawyer. Joe's not getting out. He's not getting a new trial. And he just needs to wait until 2037. As long as he doesn't get caught with another burner phone, which he has already, then we'll see him in 2037.
Well, we appreciate the time, James. We thank you for coming on with us on short notice, and hope
I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah,
and
you bet.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right, take care.
Thank you.
That is James Garretson from Tiger King. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You know, I feel like we just kind of we've kind of stumbled into a family squabble here.
That's what it seems like.
Yeah, and you know, I hate that the kids have had to see this play out in front of them, but it's you know, sometimes it's the real world, kids. It's the way these things happen. Well, I tell you what, man, that's a weird little culture they got there in that Tiger King deal, isn't it?
You know, that's one of the things that it starts out, again, I watched the first 30 minutes, first episode last night, and how there's this underground society of big cat collectors.
Yeah. Interesting little deal they got going on there, man.
And they don't get along with each other.
It doesn't seem so, Rockstar. No, it does
very,
not
very
seem
competitive market.
Yeah, it seems to be.
I think you would have to have some money to be in that, though.
Well, I mean, I don't think those things come cheap. Yeah.
He seemed like a normal guy.
Yeah.
All things considered.
Yeah, all things considered. Probably one of the more
he
normal.
Had all of his hands.
He did have all his hands.
Every single one of them.
He showed us both those.
He's lost some weight.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Still running the old Sea-Doo business there. Yeah. So jet ski business. All right. Well, there you go, guys. There's your Tiger King update for the week.
Joe has reached back out to us too.
Yeah. Joe called you in the last break, did he not, Rockstar?
Yeah, that would be number 3 today.
So he's called you 3 times?
Yeah, he would love to continue to do this. He said he'd like to do it again because 15 minutes just isn't enough.
Well,
and I was like,
what.
I agree, Joe.
Yeah, let's step back and reevaluate that as a group before we commit to anything.
Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Let's see how the election maybe goes. I mean, I do think there are benefits to having the president in your corner, assuming he gets elected, so it wouldn't entirely hurt us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it'd be
He could be
outstanding if he actually gets elected.
If he's not on the debates, they're not allowed him on the debates. He could do his points here, and we could send the video to the news places.
That is a great. Rockstar's got a great idea there. Yeah.
I think the wheels are turning now. No,
let's keep thinking through this.
Yeah.
All right, Rockstar's about to jump in the lounge here. Do you know what you're singing yet, Rocky?
I don't. I'm gonna. I'll come up with something.
Hey, that is Al from Dadeville's got a good question here over in the Coke Zero chat room. He's got Joe greater than Clay. If we put that out as one of our poll questions today, if you had to vote and your 2 candidates were Joe Exotic and Clay Travis,
who would you vote for?
Well, I think it's gonna be a landslide.
You think Joe Exotic?
I think Joe. Clay's not loved here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still worth a poll question, maybe. Bud Light poll question. Who would you vote for, Joe Exotic or Clay Travis? University of Montevallo educated the Fighting Dunaway family there. You can be a part of it, too. Montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. One of the best values of any Southern university there at the University of Montevallo. Go schedule a immersive 3D tour. Go schedule an on-campus tour. You can get started right there at montevallo.edu. montevallo.edu. Rockstar in this break is going to think of a song and come sing it for us next on the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Want more of the next round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com. It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
All right, we continue on the next round. Rockstar is about to jump in the lounge here and play a song for us to send us to the weekend. He always waits to the last minute to pick a song, so we got no clue what's coming, Lance. I know that always excites you.
No,
Never
it
know.
does.
It's a surprise every time.
I would say 9 out of 10 times I'm a big fan.
9 out of 10. That's not bad.
Maybe the one.
No, he was playing something this morning I didn't like.
Oh, was he?
Well, you guys were
in the sound check. He was going through sound check, so he played something.
He
did
played
not
like 5 or 6 different things, but one thing I was like, damn, I hope he doesn't play that.
Which one was it?
It was one of the Fleetwood Macs.
Oh, I hate Secondhand News.
Secondhand News. Yeah, that is one of my least favorite Fleetwood Mac songs.
That opens the album, and I get to do that 28 times.
I know you did it because Brown said I need you to do something. A number.
Yeah,
where
well, they
you're
needed
pushing
to, they need to hear you kind of play something loud.
I don't like that song. It's an obnoxious song. But
it really is.
Don't forget, NASCAR is coming to the Talladega Superspeedway. It all starts today at Talladega with that big one on the boulevard. You can still get tickets, though, to the weekend doubleheader of racing on Saturday. Cole Swindell in concert by calling 877-GO-TODAGA. And then the Sunday race there at Talladega, the Geico 500, coming up this Sunday. And you can add that garage experience, the most immersive in NASCAR. And you can do that at TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That garage experience is presented by Cool Ray. Get all the info and get your spot, reserve your spot, TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. That's TalladagaSuperspeedway.com. Do you, before you sing a song, you have any thoughts on what we've encountered today? Oh, you got a song about this? Oh, sit back.
Tell all the hunters lay down their guns. Tell them that the tiger needs a little bit of love. Let them round in the jungle. Let them roam in their lands. Stand back and marvel, what a beautiful cat. 'Cause I saw a tiger, now I understand. I saw a tiger saw a man. I saw a tiger, yeah, understand. I saw a tiger saw a man. Take me home, guys.
I mean,
I wanted it so bad.
Rockstar.
Beautiful song.
It really is. The video, the quality of the video.
Oh,
from
he's
Joe
got those
Exotic.
handcuffs as a belt buckle. That's awesome.
All right, Rockstar's going to do his actual song in the lounge. It's presented by our friends at Slice Pizza. Rockstar's played at Slice before.
I used to play there all the time. It was every Friday night deal down there in Lakeview.
Yeah, they're in Lakeview. I was talking to the Vijalia brothers. They wanted you to come out when we were out at the newest location out there in Crestline Park. You were on the road, and he said when you get back in, he wants to come out there.
Yeah, look, the Bajai brothers, the late Jeff, incredible guy, the guy that created the concept, his brothers Jason and Chris, they continue the legacy that is Slice, the original in Lakeview, one in Vestavia, one in Montevallo now, and the latest in Crestline Park. It's local pizza, it's local ingredients. The weekend is here. Pick up the whole family, friends. You're going out. Great place to post-game or pre-game, I should say, is at Slice. They've got a great selection of cocktails and, of course, local brews. So stop in, go see the Bajaya Brothers, enjoy the specialty pizzas all weekend long. For more information, slicebirmingham.com.
Are you playing anywhere this weekend? I know you played Diplomat last weekend.
Well, guys, you're invited today. I am rocking it out at the Pants Store in Crestline Village.
Really? What am I
think from 3:30 on. So if you guys want to come, I think they're doing a special sale, an April sale, spring sale. So, I've arrived. I'll be rocking at the pants store today.
Okay, pants store. Okay, in Crestline.
In Crestline.
All right. No, my kids love it now.
I will be by the jeans.
Okay, over by the jeans.
Pantalones section.
The Pantalones. All right.
Michael G and those guys, they do a great job with it. It is, ran across the pants store in the one in Crestline. There's one in Leeds.
Yep.
But they've got great products.
They do.
There you go.
Yeah.
No, they do. They do have great products. You're right. My girls love it, man. They love the pants store. All right, so go see Rockstar today in the Pantalones section at the pants store. All right, so what are we playing for our first part of the lounge? Are you playing 2 today? You got 2 in you?
We'll see. This one is, I think, Lance, you've requested this one. Now, I'm going to be really rusty on this one. A band I would love to see live if the brothers would get along. This is Oasis. And this is a little original written by Noel himself and sang himself. This is Don't Look Back in Anger.
Oh, man, this is my favorite Oasis song. Rockstar. And the next round lounge, Don't Look Back in Anger, the best song Oasis has done.
Slip inside the eye of your mind. Don't you know you might find a better place to play? You say that you've never been, but all the things that you've seen slowly fade away. So I start a revolution in my brain, 'cause you said the brains I had, they went to my head. Step outside, the summertime's in bloom. Stand up beside the fireplace, take that look from off your face. You ain't never gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late. She's walking on by. Her soul slides away. Don't back in anger, I heard you say. Take me to the place where you go, where nobody knows if it's not ordained. And please don't put your life in the hands of a rock and roll band. You throw it all away. So I start a revolution from my bed, 'cause you said the brains I had, they went to my head. Step outside, the summertime's in bloom. Stand up beside the fireplace. You take that look from off your face. You ain't never gonna burn my heart out. And so Sally can wait. She knows it's too late. She's walking on by. Her soul slides away. But don't look back in anger, I heard you say. So I start a revolution from my bed, 'cause you said the brains I had, they went to my head. Step outside, the summertime's in bloom. Stand up beside the fireplace. You take that look from off your face. You ain't never gonna burn my heart out. And so knows it's too late. She's walking on by. Her soul slides away. Don't look back in anger. Don't look back in anger. I heard you say. At least not today.
So well done.
Did not expect the ending there.
And you've been a big fan of those guys. I remember they compared themselves to the Beatles early on.
They did. I think they got a little bit of egos. They don't get along. We got two massive egos in their brothers, and they don't get along. Like, I'm the talent. No, I'm the talent. I do the songs. I'm the singer.
It's so unfortunate. I mean, it's much like the Black Crowes, but and I know Black Crowes are your favorite band, but Oasis really. I mean, both very, very talented, but Oasis to me had so much opportunity to really be that next big band.
The Black Crowes finally came out and said they determined it was somebody within their band that was causing.
Hear what James said about you? What did he say?
Yeah, I know. So the Robinson brothers were like, hey, once we determined it was actually somebody in the band that was causing all this discord, we were able to kind of bury the hatchet and rebuild our relationship.
I still find that hard to believe because if you've got a brother and you're that close,
but they're back out on tour together.
I know. Well, because they want to make money.
I know.
Oasis would make millions.
They would. I'd go see Oasis in a heartbeat, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So I don't know. They can't. And that if Axl and Slash and all of them can make up for those millions, I mean, they've been touring. Remember, he wouldn't even speak to them. He didn't even come to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction. They had Miles Kennedy sing for him. So as Axl was like, I'm not showing up to that. So,
can we do something fast paced?
Something fast paced.
I mean, do you want to take a break? You need a break, or you want to?
We can take a break. I got a request.
Tell all the hunters. Okay. What you got?
People continue, by the way, real quick, people continue to be amazed every year you do this that you play a right-hand guitar upside down. I don't know the guitar well enough to know why that amazes people so much, but I always like watching the chat room just past you
when you play upside down, Brown, to show you these strings, there's low E, it's the thicker string.
Right.
High E is the thinnest string.
Okay.
So when you turn it up, it's supposed to be this way.
Right. That's the way anybody else will learn to play it.
The lowest string is supposed to be on top, the highest string on the bottom. I play opposite. I play the highest string up top.
Right.
So my strumming style is different. My strum is I strum down when you would strum.
You strum up.
I strum up when
everybody else strums
so
down.
My rhythm's different too. My rhythm is brighter because I accentuate the higher strings.
Okay, I mean, it blows people away. I see it every single year we start this.
Never knew it was wrong.
In the lounge, people are blown away that you play a right-hand guitar upside down as a lefty. And Jimi Hendrix did it. Everybody always mentions that.
No, Jimi Hendrix did not do it.
Who did it?
Not a lot of people. A guy named Doyle Bramhall that plays with Eric Clapton, but Jimi Hendrix got a right-handed body guitar and strung it left-handed, so it looks like he's playing like that, but he always played left-handed. I was under that misconception as well.
So I was watching on TikTok the other day, Rockstar, one of the TikToks came up from Pawn Stars, and some guy was trying to sell a Jimi Hendrix guitar, and he, of course, the guy that runs the pawn shop has a guitar expert that he can get over there in like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So the guy comes in and he's like, one thing I always look for on Jimi Hendrix guitars are where the wear marks are, because he was left-handed. And he goes, his wear marks on the neck are going to be different than any other guitar.
Up here.
That's right. And on the neck, too, where he. Yeah.
So I'm going to assume it was not authentic.
No. They authenticated it. And I mean, it was like a big deal.
$200.
No,
it was worth $125,000.
Honest to goodness, I think the guy I don't know how old this was. Do you remember it, Tyler?
The guy wanted $250,000.
Yeah, he wanted $250,000.
Not $250,000.
No,
$750,000.
Yeah, he wanted $750,000. And I think he got the big fella up to like $600,000 right before he left, and he walked away from $600,000.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. No, the guy, like, he initially, so of course, it's the way it always is. The guy comes in and goes, I think on auction this would go for about $750,000. Thank you. And they walk away. How much you want? He said $750,000. I want $750,000. He's like, yeah, I got to see. It's going to take a year. Yeah,
got a unique buyer.
Yeah, I got to find a buyer. All that
it
stuff.
is the most predictable show
really
out there,
is.
outside of Love Island.
So then I think he offers him $500,000, and the guy's like, no, I want $750,000. And he's like, I'll give you $550,000. And he's like, man, if he says it's going to get $750,000, I want $750,000. He's like, I can't do that. So he closes up, man, I appreciate it, yada, yada, yada. And then he goes, $600,000. Before you walk out, $600,000, I'll give you $600,000 on the spot. And the guy walked away from it.
Good.
Boy, I would have.
I don't know, man.
On the spot.
$600,000. That's a lot of money to walk away from. I don't know what he had invested in it either. That's the other thing you don't know. All right, Rockstar, give us another song. What you got here? We can break. Do you want to break?
What was your request?
I was going to say some Matchbox 20. Didn't we talk about they were coming to?
They are there. I can't remember the date. But
what about Long Day?
What do you want to do?
Long Day?
Ooh.
Oh, now don't do when you're uncomfortable.
Yeah. No, I can do it. It's just this is another one like it's been a long, long time. That's a great song. That was their first single.
Yeah, it's their first. Do you want to gather yourself real quick? And Lance could tell us about Mortgage Right, our friends at Mortgage Right who bring you trash every day, and great longtime sponsor of our show from day one.
No, they really are. And I've got somebody right now that is about to go through the house buying process. And buying a home, it is a major milestone in life. Getting it right comes down to the right advice at the right time. That's why we're proud to partner with our friends at Mortgage Right. They do mortgages the right way, locally owned and operated. Mortgage Right standing by to help you today. Visit locations Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply at mortgageright.com/TNR. Call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, let's try it.
All right, here we go. Rockstar, one more song. This from Matchbox 20.
Could be a disaster.
Could be a disaster, he says, in the Next Round Lounge.
It's sitting by the overcoat, the second shelf, the note she wrote that I can't bring myself to throw away. And also reach, she said, but no one else but you won't turn away. Someone else is gone. I'm sorry about the attitude I need to give when I'm with you, but no one else will take this shit from me. And I'm so terrified of no one else but me. I'm here all the time, I won't go away. It's me, yeah, but I can't get myself to go away. Hey, it's me, yeah, well, I can't get myself to go away. Oh God, I shouldn't feel this way now. Reach down your hand in your pocket, pull out some hope for me. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. No, Lord, your hand won't stop it, just keep you trembling. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. Well, I'm surprised if you believe in anything that comes from me. I didn't hear from you for someone else, and you're so silly now, baby. Took it in bed and took it far to get so far so fast. So what? So long. Reach down your hand in your pocket, reach out for hope for me. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. To know, Lord, your hand won't stop it, just keep you trembling. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. Oh, ain't that right? It's me, yeah, well, I can't get myself to go away. Hey, it's me, and I can't get myself to go away. Oh God, I shouldn't feel this way now. Reach down your hand in your pocket, pull out some hope for me. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. You know, Lord, your hand won't stop it, just keep you trembling. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. Yeah, reach down your hand in your pocket. Well, reach down your hand right now. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. Reach down your hand in your pocket. Well, reach down your hand right now. It's been a long day, all the way saying that right. Oh, ain't that right? Ain't that right, right, right on, child? Right, right, right on, child. Here I am, so come on.
Wow.
So good.
Rockstar in the Round Table Lounge on the fly, too.
Yeah, it's been about 12 years.
I was about to say, you had no idea you were doing that song.
So by the second verse, you're kind of like, I know where I'm going now.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I've heard you do it. I didn't know it had been that long.
yeah, it's been a long, long time. That's a great song, great album.
Rockstar in the Next Round Lounge. See him at Pants Store today, Crestline Village,
Yeah.
by the Pantalones.
And what time is that again?
3:30.
3:30 today for Rockstar. Great job.
Early Friday show tonight, guys.
No, the cool thing is it's open container district over there.
There you go.
So I think you can go to Odie's, get a cocktail, walk across, and watch Rockstar.
There you go.
Yeah, and see him every Wednesday night at Odie's.
Cross-pollination, that's what we call it.
Cross-pollination, yes. That is Rockstar in the Next Round of the Lounge. We'll return after this on the Next Round.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The manicured rolling hills of Timberline Golf Club is located just minutes from Birmingham. And right now, the area's best value membership drive is going on through April 30th. No initiation fee, unlimited green fees, practice range, and the TrackMan. Timberline's a fun place to be a member, and you get preferred membership tee times. To book those tee times at this Jerry Pate designed course and for more information on membership opportunities, go online to timberlinegc.com. timberlinegc.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. While 2023 may no longer feel like the new year, there's no reason you can't create a new you thanks to New Balance shoes. Whether you're looking to be more active or just curious where the crossroads of style and function meet, we've got you covered at New Balance Birmingham. It's why everyone from supermodels and celebrities to regular folks like you and me can be found wearing New Balance shoes. Come find a shoe that'll help define the new you at the New Balance Birmingham store.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
If you missed it earlier, there were some suspensions in the NFL today, several different receivers, one of which was Jameson Williams. Now, there were 3 receivers, 2 from the Lions, 1 from the Commanders, suspended for gambling on NFL games. Jameson Williams' suspension is based on the fact that he gambled from an NFL facility, not on NFL games, but placed legal bets from an NFL facility. Richard on Twitter says, I think the rationale for players not being able to gamble on other games, they could get so indebted to a bookmaker, they could be susceptible to the bookmaker asking them to fix a game for payment, which is 100% true. That's why they have always tried to shy away from that. But really, the rule is only in your sport. There is no rule that prevents players in legal gambling states to gamble on sports that are not the NFL. They just cannot do it from the facility. Like, I understand that train of thought. Like, if a bookie gets a guy $250,000, like I saw an interview. We've had him on the show. You remember Mike Franzese?
Yeah.
I think Mike was his first name. Michael Franzese. Yeah, Michael Franzese. He was part, I think, of the Gambino crime family. And he said one of the things they would do is if they knew they had a professional athlete betting with him on the side, they would let him get $250,000 in the hole.
That's how you throw a game.
Yeah, they would let him get $250,000 in the hole. And then he said, I would come to him and say, I got to cut you off, knowing that he was going to go to somebody else. And chances are that guy was probably working for the same crime family. And we had him hooked then. Like, I would cut him off and he'd go to another guy. He was working for the Colombo family too. And now all of a sudden I got him $250 in debt. And I'm like, you just pay me a little bit, but I can't let you bet anymore. So he's giving me money. Meanwhile, he's getting in the hole to our family even deeper now. And at some point, we hook him, and we're like, okay, now it's time to throw a game.
Well, this is what really happened with the BC basketball gambling scandal. It happened in Toledo with the football team. It happened with the kid that played at Texas and Auburn. You get them in deep, then you get them to fix 1 or 2 games. You can clear their debt. I still, based on what happened with Calvin Ridley last year, don't understand why these guys are gambling on the NFL.
It really makes no sense, does it?
No,
I mean you just literally saw a guy sit out a suspension for this.
And it's part of, every year they have these symposiums where they'll bring guys in and they'll tell them, again, we want to remind you, we want to be very clear on this subject. Now, I know it's the same with probably, illegal drugs and PEDs and everything else, but it just makes no sense. These guys are making good money. Look, I mean, I like to gamble like the next guy, but if I thought gambling was going to potentially either alter or ruin my career, there's no way I would do it.
You'd have to think so. But it is like many things, Lance. There are people that use drugs and it alters their career. They drink alcohol and it alters their career. I mean, gambling can be just as addictive as any of those other vices, right?
Yeah, I just, is it worthy of front page breaking news? I mean, I guess it is. I don't know.
I mean, it is a prominent NFL player in Jameson Williams. It's going to sit out six games because of this on a team that is going to be the sexy pick for almost everybody to either win that division or go to the playoffs. And this impacts that significantly.
Look, if you're Brad Holmes and you spent your first-round selection, number 12 overall last year on Jameson Williams, he was hurt for the majority of the year based on the injury against Georgia in the national championship, you have not gotten close to the value you could have gotten.
Right.
So you got to be second-guessed at this pick now.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost been on the field not at all for you. By the way, Wayne's is celebrating 50 years. Celebrate 50 years with our friends at Wayne's. Sign up for their lawn care and mosquito protection, and you save $50 on each service. You stack those services, $50, $100, $150 when you use promo code TNR. TNR, call Waynes.com. The mosquito service has been out to my house treating. We will not have a single mosquito in our backyard all summer long. It's a game changer when you want to be outside. They take care of my lawn and all the lawns here on the show. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. It's for new and existing customers. They handle my termite, my pest control, my lawn care, my mosquito services, all of that with Waynes. 866-WAYNES1. Call Waynes.com. Don't forget code TNR to save $50. That is code TNR when you go to callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES1. Scott, can I see the new shirt? Here is a photo of the new shirt that we have got up. I like the addition from Lunsford. This looks good. You can buy it now in the store to commemorate today or just wear a shirt that people are like, what is that shirt all about? This call is from a federal prison shirt. You can get it at nextround.store. Nextround.store. Great addition. With the mullet and the mustache on there as well.
I've already had multiple people reach out. They want the shirt. They love the shirt. They want to make sure the shirt is real.
It is real and fantastic.
It is real, and order one today.
Yeah, nextround.store is where you go to order this now. Nextround.store. All of our Next Round gear is in there, including this call is from a federal prison shirt. You're going to want it. It's going to be the hottest shirt that there is.
Now, that's going to be a moment in history on this show.
I did not, Rockstar, I expected, because I had been warned that they would give us like a 1-minute warning, which we did not get. I did not know we would occasionally.
I think on his
He heard
end,
it, yeah.
He said the bell just rang.
Yeah, I was expecting us to get it because I knew by then, hey, we're going to have to wrap this thing up. I had no earthly idea.
Yeah, I wish we would have gotten the, hey, guys, I got 60 seconds to wrap this up with you.
Yeah, I had no idea we would get the occasional, this call is from a federal prison.
They're going to give you that every 5 minutes, but they're not going to give you a warning that it's about to end.
Yeah, that's true. It is weird. So you can get that nextround.store, nextround.store. All right, one last thought on the NBA games this weekend. Jeff says, ask Lunsford, is that .store.mx? I mean, I don't want to tell them how to run their website, but
is that dark web stuff?
.mx. I have no. Had you ever even heard of that? No. Lunsford, you're the guy. Had you heard of .mx for Mexico?
Yes, I have. That's also why .ag is a thing. It's because that's from an island where things are a little easier to do.
Well, now
whenever
listen.
You hear that.
Hey, I'm all about .ag.
No, I am too.
.mx is the one that sounded fishy to me.
.mx is every country has a country code. So like, there's .mx for Mexico. There's .us. There's .eu for like European Union countries, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'd never heard of .mx, but .ag, man, I'm all about that one. I've got some college football lines. I love doing this in the off season. We got some some updated college football lines. I'll throw them out to Lance when we come back, see if he can guess them.
Let's do it.
See how close Lance gets on several big games. That's next on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Saturday, April 22nd is College Night at Protective Stadium. Here we go as Memphis takes on Birmingham.
It's a touchdown. Let's go.
Wear your school colors and get a free t-shirt.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Grab your Stallions tickets today for a night of family-friendly pro football.
All the way to the house.
Fantastic seats get you right next to the action for just $10. Buy your tickets today at theusfl.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do.
NASCAR returns to Talladega April 21st through 23rd with the Geico 500 weekend. Get your tickets for this exciting weekend by going online to TalladegaSuperspeedway.com or by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA. And remember, it's not too late to enhance your race weekend experience with passes to the Talladega Garage Experience presented by Cool Ray. It's the most immersive garage experience in NASCAR. Get those Geico 500 tickets for Sunday, April 23rd by calling 877-GO-TO-DEGA or online at TalladegaSuperspeedway.com.
Winter weather can take a toll on your vehicle's performance. Don't let slick roads or new potholes leave you stranded in the cold. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has a team of ASE certified mechanics that have a plan for your vehicle's winter maintenance and repair. Tires, brakes, battery checks, and more. Vulcan Tire and Automotive has you covered. With 4 locations in the Birmingham area, be sure to tell the guys at Vulcan you heard about them on The Next Round. Your safety is their top priority because of Vulcan Tire and Automotive. Wherever you go, we go together. All right, I love it in the offseason when we get some college football lines. Makes it feel like it is that much closer. Don't forget you can get a new shirt right there at nextround.store. Nextround.store. The orders have already, we were just getting an update in the break from the shipping fulfillment department back there. How many of you are already jumping on that? Nextround.store. Lance, our final segment presented by our friends at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill.
Oh, that shirt absolutely kills me. I'm going to have to get one. You?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
Hey, look, the weather is changing. Spring weather is here, and that's why you need to make sure your HVAC can keep up with it. Our friends at Hemp Hill, they can do that. $69 HVAC tune-up plus 10% off any service call When you mention the next round, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
These lines are from DraftKings Sportsbook. I'm just going to run through a few of them. A lot of Alabama lines in here, though, by the way. Ohio State, Michigan, the big game, Ohio State and Michigan. I know you're going to ask me, Michigan is at home in this one. This has been the big house.
I still am going to list Ohio State as a 1.5-point favorite.
You would be wrong. The DraftKings right now, 2.5-point favorite Michigan. 2.5-point favorite, home favorite over Ohio State. I've got a cocktail party line here. Cocktail party, Florida and Georgia.
I'm going to say Georgia is going to be 17.5.
22. Gets a little steep.
I mean, by then, who knows?
A lot of Bama lines here. We've already seen this one, Alabama, Texas, from DraftKings. Alabama, Texas. We saw it at 9. It's 9.5.
Yeah, I was going to say it should be right at 10 because I think I had it at 10 before.
I don't know if we've seen this one yet. Alabama hosting Ole Miss.
I have not, but I would say Alabama hosting Ole Miss. Alabama is going to be in the neighborhood of 17.5.
16. Alabama favorite 16. Alabama, Texas A&M. This game is in College Station. Alabama, Texas A&M.
I would say Alabama is a 7-point favorite.
Alabama 10.5 in College Station. It's a little steep. Alabama hosting Arkansas, a game that got tight when Bryce Young. Alabama had that game in hand until Bryce Young went out.
It's got to be around what you got with Ole Miss. I'll say 17 again.
18. Alabama, Tennessee. Revenge game for the Crimson Tide at Bryant-Denny.
Alabama 10.5.
Alabama is 10 in that revenge game. Alabama, LSU, a battle for the West.
Alabama 7.5.
Alabama is 8.5 hosting LSU. And then the Iron Bowl played at Jordan-Hare Stadium, not Bryant-Denny Stadium, Jordan-Hare Stadium this year. Alabama in the Iron Bowl.
18.
16 right now. Alabama 16 in the Iron Bowl. You would think that one comes down probably?
Well, I mean, it depends.
I know, but it generally has. I think
if Auburn gets better quarterback play than expected, Alabama gets worse quarterback play than expected. Yeah, it comes down.
I just think normally when we have seen this in the past, when it's a big Iron Bowl line in Auburn, that line has traditionally crept down. I don't have the numbers to back that up. It just is the way I feel. Okay, that was a wild ride today, Lance. Wild ride.
That was fun.
It was
a memorable show, I will call it.
Thank you to Joe Exotic. Thank you to James Garretson. Thank you to John Parker Wilson.
Mr. FOMO is going to miss us.
He is going to miss us. Dunaway on vacation.
Those temples would have been raw.
All next week. Rockstar, great job in the lounge.
Thank you, guys.
Everybody have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday on the next round.